this is the start of the day 2 VOD. I think that we're beating the game today. I'm pretty sure we're beating the game today. We just started chapter 6, which is the start of the second half. That being said, I am like halfway through my my notes document as well. The second half of this game is more dense, and I'm gonna have more moments where I like pause and talk about stuff, I think. So I guess we'll see how it works out. So we just had the long fall, and now we figure out what the hell's going on.
While making Portal 2, we explored our way through vast quantities of reference material. Inspirations included photos of NASA's Apollo and Shuttle programs, CERN's particle accelerators, both modern and obsolete, industrial robots, derelict Soviet space shuttles, overgrown temples, Brussels metro stations, seedy American motels, junkyards filled with rocketry equipment, Chinese apartment blocks under construction, Polish shipyards, neutrino detectors deep underground in nickel mines, corporate headquarters from a variety of eras, commercial nuclear reactors, experimental fusion reactors, rain-sodden book depositories in Detroit, peculiar cameras, forgotten space probes, you name it.
It's cool stuff. This shot right here is cool. They do this, like, I don't know what you would call this, like, fog lighting thing a lot in this segment of the game, and it's, it has a good, like, sense of scale to what's going on. I like it. Keep out, do not enter, condemned testing area, do not enter, keep out, keep out, keep out. Warning, this enrichment shaft may contain unsafe quantities of cosmic ray spallation elements. Aperture Science Innovations, okay? Contemned, vitrification order, 6/15/1961. Do not look at, touch, ingest, or engage in conversation with any substances beyond this point. Warning. Alright, same one. Now, I gotta remember how you get in there, because it's been a minute. And by a minute, as I was saying yesterday, I mean, I literally played this game last month when making this notes document, but I already forgot. To peek through here, maybe? That's not it. That's not it. It's definitely a very different pace, Jaguar, for sure. There's going to be a DevCom thing where they talk about that too, and the process that they went through thinking about it. It's pretty interesting. Oh, up there. Okay, so here's where I mention, because I think it needs to be brought up, right? The biggest criticism that this game had when it came out, and still does to this day, I need to address it. I don't necessarily agree, even though I'm going to get pissed off probably during this section sometimes, is that in this part of the game, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of, where is the one place in the whole map where I can shoot a portal? And that's what the puzzle is. That's a common critique that's been thrown at this. Personally, I don't mind it. Some people will swear that Portal 1 is a better game than Portal 2 because of this. But I don't know. I guess worth mentioning. Where now? I guess over there, right? Do not enter, keep out, keep out.
The size of the gigantic transition seal lock was a happy accident. We knew the connection between the old aperture and the new aperture had to be a big set piece. The first model built was about 5 times bigger than everyone expected, but people started to like it. We joked that it should be a bullet point on the Portal 2 box. Features the biggest door in games ever. We decided it would be fun to play with the players' expectations, and put a puny-looking door behind it, along with a few small props.
So, spoiler. That's a pretty good gag, but I guess we're gonna see it anyways. Pull lever. I mean, just how foreboding is that, right? You walk past, keep out, keep out, keep out, danger, danger, for a long ways, and then you get to the big fucking door. It's like, what in the world is going on here? Cool stuff. Do I have this set up right? Because I always fuck this part. It's pretty good. So here we are. I think this is the one I was talking about.
The lake map marks a total reset to the aesthetics and scale of the environments up to this point in the game. You come into the underground cave compressed, and as you progress further into the map, your eye is drawn upwards by the elevator tower, sparking cables, falling debris, and finally the test spheres which recede vertically into nothingness. This looking upwards gives the player a sense of the vastness of aperture before GLaDOS, and a visual sense of the daunting climb they will have to make to get back to Wheatley. The open areas encourage the player to explore their surroundings and take a break from the intensive puzzle solving of the test chambers.
So, the idea of what they're talking about there, we'll have to walk out from under that, and then look up. And then, kind of what I was talking about before with like that fog type effect, and there's definitely a sense of vertical scale, definitely. There's stuff that is at different points on a layer, I guess. It's not just like a singular tower that's going up. It's from different points. There's different, the wires dangling and all that stuff. definitely pretty cool. Another thing that they were talking about there is they mentioned they wanted this part of the game to feel more open, and that's what you were just talking about, Jaguar. So it is more open, and it is a different way to think about this stuff. And there's a couple ways they do this. Is this going to... I can't open that yet. I need to finish this talk. So they talk about they want the game to feel more open and encourage looking at your surroundings. So there's a literal sense of that, which is what I was just saying. Like, there's one white wall in this whole room, so you need to look around the whole room to see where the white wall is, right? And so while you're doing that, you are going to... it's impossible to not get some kind of sense of scale and like understand your surroundings and subconsciously have some of that soak in. And they are so good at environmental storytelling that this is a good idea, in my opinion. So there's that. It's also the fact that the room is so big. The test chambers are very, very concise, very purposeful, and very tutorial-like. Even the harder ones, right? They are express built purposes. They are video game puzzles, right? Everything is laid out immediately in front of you. This is no longer the case. Well, it is, but they hide it. You know, they hide their clues by having the puzzle elements mesh in with the environment, so you don't really know what is what sometimes unless you're paying attention. And so that's something that adds difficulty, obviously, and it's something that makes you think differently. And it's the fact that what it stems down to is you don't have all the information readily available from a glance like you do with the test chambers. So totally different way of thinking. And there are still going to be test chambers in the game still. I don't want to make it sound like that, like we're done with test chambers. They will come back, but it's still going to be a little bit different, as we're about to see.
You already met one another on the limo ride over, so let me introduce myself. I'm Cave Johnson. I own the place. That eager voice you heard is the lovely Carolyn, my assistant. Rest assured, she has transferred your honorarium to the charitable organization of your choice. Isn't that right, Carolyn?
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson.
She's the backbone of this facility. Pretty as a postcard, too. Sorry, fellas. She's married. To science.
So, that's our introduction to Cave Johnson and Carolyn, who are two characters that I will be talking about for the rest of the game. Cave Johnson is the guy behind Aperture Science. And this is interesting here because at this point, right, it's almost like this first half of the game is it's almost like a start from the ending and then let's rewind time and then go back to how did we get here, and that's kind of what they're doing because we know what Aperture Science is going to turn into. It is wasteful, inefficient, bureaucratic, distance from reality, and that's before we even start talking about everything that GLaDOS has done, and GLaDOS's creation was a direct result of Aperture Science. So how do we get here? That's what this part of the game is. We have these voice recordings from Cave Johnson, and Carolyn's going to chime in sometimes as well, as we are going through. This is the remains of old Aperture, as it's called. So right now we are in Aperture facilities in the late 50s, early 60s-ish era. There was that 1961 dated poster on the do not enter that we just got to. And so all this stuff is archived as we go through. So this is a recording that you would have heard from Cave Johnson as you were walking in, as he addressed, Cave Johnson addressed, like, if you are an astronaut, whatever, you listed a couple different types of people. If you were one of those people in this era, you would have heard that voiceover from him as you're getting escorted to start testing. So, yeah. Cave, at this point, he's inviting notable people into his facility to do some testing on new groundbreaking technology, and he's like, we'll give you some donations to your charities, right? Some testing for some publicity, and that's what's going on here. Aperture Science Innovators, you see it's obviously worn down to shit. And it's kind of funny how you walk in and this shit falls through. This is actually a clue for what you're supposed to do, which is fucked up. And it's not just a gag. So, just gotta figure out exactly how to do it again. I think this is it. And yeah. Enter.
There's 1,000 tests performed every day here in our enrichment spheres. I can't personally oversee every one of them, so these pre-recorded messages will cover any questions you might have and respond to any incidents that may occur in the course of your science adventure. Your test assignment will vary depending on the manner in which you have bent the world to your will. Those of you helping us test the repulsion gel today, just follow the blue line on the floor. Those of you who volunteered to be injected with praying mantis DNA, I've got some good news and some bad news. Bad news is we're postponing those tests indefinitely. Good news is we've got a much better test for you. Fighting an army of mantis men. Pick up a rifle and follow the yellow line. You'll know when the test starts.
Alright, so we're cutting right to the chase. The game is immediately the ambiguity is gone, right? The problems with Aperture Science did not start after Cave Johnson. They started with Cave Johnson. So here he's talking about there is a large-scale fiasco on his hands of turning people into mantis men with a DNA injection. And his demeanor that he has when he's talking about this is weirdly like a calm and measured conveyance of information. Like, it's just no big deal. Like, this is just something that happens. It raises the question of how often do things like this happen here? How did nobody catch that this might be an effect of injecting people with mantis DNA? Like, did you not test this out on anyone before live humans? Why are you injecting them with mantis DNA in the first place? Like, what's the point of that? And, you know, there's other questions that you can come up with. But these are things that you're supposed to be asking. And unfortunately, you probably already know the answer. This is pretty interesting, but I want to just look through this at first. So this is a I don't know, like a, I don't know what you would call this. Like a, this is a reception desk up here, and then they're rolling out the red carpet. Welcome test subjects, please sign with the receptionist before proceeding to the lounge. I guess this would be the, I don't know. What is the name for the first room that you walk in? It's not really a waiting room because you just walk through it, whatever. But then you got the office workers in here. There's your desk, there's your phone, all that good stuff. So whatever. And then you got them set up so you have the windows so that when people are walking through, they can see, oh, look at all these people that are hard at work right now. That's the first thing to see before you even get to the receptionist. Pretty interesting world building there. It says a lot about Cave that I'm going to get to in a second. I want to click on this first.
This chapter gave us a great opportunity for visually telling the backstory of Aperture Science. We accomplished this with signs, props, and materials. In this area, we get a glimpse of what aperture science must have been like in its heyday. We use rich, warm colors and materials like carpeting and marble to indicate that Aperture had a lot of money at one time. Cave Johnson and his staff were just starting out in their enterprise, and everyone was eager to do science. This stands in contrast to the stark, cavernous environment outside and the materials you see in Aperture Lab from later decades. As the player makes their way through more recent areas of the lab, the materials become cheaper, with an abundance of plastic and linoleum showing that Aperture had fallen on harder times and could no longer build high-quality offices for its workers.
So, once again, spoiler by the DevCon, but like not really. Not really, because it's not hard to guess that's what would happen, but anyways. We'll talk about that when we get there. In the next room, this one's pretty interesting too. So once you get in, you check in with the receptionist. Now here's your lounge where you're waiting. Obviously, you got the ashtray, of course. Got the ashtray. You got multiple different lamps. This lamp got knocked over. Another ashtray, another ashtray. These chairs look pretty comfortable. I ain't gonna lie. They definitely look old, but like, you know, that would have been some pristine lounging. And then over here, right, while you're waiting, it's very important that you see this stuff. So this trophy case looks like it was busted into. Interesting. Now over here, giant painting of Cave Johnson. So there you go. That's what bro looks like. Now here is where shit starts getting serious. All right. The Science and Business Institute of America, best new science company, Aperture Science, in the year 1947. Now let me try and do this in the right order. Aperture Fixtures, Cave Johnson, shower curtain salesman of 1943. Let's see. Mechanical Engineering World Journal's Top 100 Applied Science Companies, 1949. Aperture Science is the number 2 applied science company. We will be learning about number 1. U.S. Department of Defense Contractor of the Year runner-up, 1952. Now, let's keep in mind... oh, wait. No, let me look at this first. U.S. Department of Defense Contractor of the Year runner-up, 1954. Cave Johnson, shower curtain salesman of 1943, Aperture Fixtures. So, this tells a story, okay? So, with the dates, shower curtain salesman of 1943, Aperture Fixtures, and then later we see government contractor stuff with the Department of Defense. This is how Cave Johnson made his money. Okay? This is how Cave Johnson made his money. He made his money with the shower curtains, first and foremost. Took that money, made Aperture Science with it, then gets the defense contractor deals, which if you know anything about that, if you can get a government contract monopoly going on, which is pretty much what this is, there's a lot of cashola there. There's a lot of big buckaroos for sure. I'm gonna get to that in a second. Local entrepreneur buys salt mine, the UP Pioneer Press. Cave Johnson brings science and industry to Upper Michigan. And then you can't read any of that, unfortunately. The future is here and it's under the Earth's crust, says Science Maverick. So this is where we are right now. We are 2.5 miles deep in a salt mine. And this is where Aperture Science is located. And obviously, we learned that they built up over time. They started this far deep under the surface and ended up building up because you are able to reach the surface, as we already know at this point in the game. Now this over here Spirit of Idaho National Potato Board Award for the promotion of potato science. Spirit of Idaho National Potato Board for the promotion of potato science, 1955. So, more potato stuff. There's just something about potatoes that keeps getting linked to Aperture. Honestly, I don't have any like serious analysis about the potato thing, but they keep bringing it up. You know, they keep bringing up potatoes. GLaDOS is a potato, obviously. There's the potato batteries that the kids were doing for the science experiment. There's this. I don't know. So my takeaway from this room. In the 1960s, okay, which is this time that we're going through right now, Aperture Science is about status, okay? Cave wants to bring in some high-profile names, allure them with some luxurious presentation, okay, and become someone. He wants to become someone. He has his face here, okay? Cave has a lot of pride. And he just got in contact with a lot of money. And then what does he do with his money that he has selling shower curtains? He makes a science company. Okay? And this is what's important. This might seem like a stretch for now, but I promise you this will make sense as we go through. He is making a science company, not anything in particular. He's just doing science. He wants to be the head of a group of people that do science. Why? Because science is cool. And being the head of the cool science company will give him the in with a bunch of important people and give him a higher level of status. The only people that he wants to test are those that already have a high social status. And so he's saying, come on in, try out the new cool science thing that I have going on right now. Cave Johnson does not have a hard sciences background. He is a salesman. And you can tell by the way he talks. Cave Johnson's very charismatic. He's very charismatic. He's very funny. Excellent. I mean, this is like definitely up there with my favorite voice acting performances from J.K. Simmons, personally. He fucking kills it in this game. He's awesome, but goodness, he is not a good person. Like, there's depending on when I play this game, sometimes I laugh and sometimes I don't, because I guess we'll just see as we go through, but my goodness, he is not a good person. So let's continue on. Let's go to the first test. Another ashtray. Salesman background is a red flag. It is. It is. Nope, not yet. Let me try and remember what I do. Do I go over there? Well. Man. All right, let's try that again. Oh my god, I'm all the way back here. Fuck off. Fuck off. All right, it's not gonna take too long to get back. Thankfully. War heroes and Olympians. That's the other stuff he says.
Want the best, and you are it. So, who's ready to make some science?
I am.
Now, you already met one another on the limo ride over, so let me introduce myself. I'm Cave Johnson. I own the place. That eager voice you heard is the lovely Carolyn, my assistant. Rest assured, she has transferred your honorarium to the charitable organization of your choice. Isn't that right, Carolyn?
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson.
She's the backbone of this facility. Pretty as a postcard, too. 1,000 checks performed every day here.
Oh god, audio spam.
I can't personally oversee every one of them, so these pre-recorded messages will cover any questions you might have and respond to any incidents that may occur in the course of your science adventure. Your test assignment will vary depending on the manner in which you have bent the world to your will. Those of you helping us test the repulsion gel today, just follow the blue line on the floor. Those of you who volunteered to be injected with praying mantis DNA, I've got some good news and some bad news. Bad news is we're postponing those tests indefinitely. Good news is we've got a much better test for you, fighting an army of mantis men. Pick up a rifle and follow the yellow line. You'll know when the test starts.
Let's try that again. Trying to remember exactly what you do. I know it involves that. I know it involves that for sure. I thought you just fucking shot it over here, am I? Oh, right. So that's what it is. You do that, and then you gotta fall down somehow. Right. There's an opening somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Is this right? Yeah, it is.
They say great science is built on the shoulders of giants. Not here. At Aperture, we do all our science from scratch. No hand-holding.
So I just talked about how Cave doesn't have a hard sciences background. So then he says, we don't stand on the shoulders of giants. So consider this, right? If Cave, what he means is he is telling his employees, don't use others' work, disregard previous scientific efforts, and don't listen to the experts because we need to do our own science. So if he is saying this to his employees, right, you don't need to listen to others, you make your own science. How often do you think that he listens to experts that he knows? Spoiler, not very often.
The test involves something the lab boys call repulsion gel. You're not part of the control group, by the way. You get the gel. Last poor son of a gun got blue paint. All joking aside, that did happen. Broke every bone in his legs. Tragic, but informative. Or so I'm told.
Not supposed to tell someone when they are or aren't in the control group. Remember, this test is unsolvable without an Aperture Science portable quantum tunneling device. If you have not received one, please check the test associated before participating in any Shaft 09 enrichment activities. They're talking about the portal gun. You need the portal gun to complete this test. They invented the portal gun in the 1950s. And they were trying to sell turrets. They were trying to sell turrets as their home-to-market product. Repulsion gel was Aperture's first attempt at creating a dietic pudding substitute. It's true. Oh, did you know? Whatever. That's a question. Sorry. The gel is a sweeter, slightly less non-toxic form of fiberglass insulation that causes subsequently ingested food items to bounce off the lining of a dieter's distended stomach and out of his or her mouth. For various reasons, this product was pulled from shelves. So we're about to learn what repulsion gel is and how it interacts with the other physics elements that are in this game. And I just want you to continually ask yourself, do you think there would be a better real-world purpose for this than dietic pudding? Do you think that maybe this is like possibly the worst thing they could have made with this material? Anyways, DevCom.
Similar to the way the student game Narbacular Jop became the original Portal, the paint mechanics in Portal 2 come from a student game, Tag: The Power of Paint. The repulsion gel in Portal 2 is modeled after the bounce paint from Tag, but was redesigned to fit better within Portal. The original bounce paint always bounced the player at a fixed height and activated whenever the player touched the paint. We changed the repulsion gel to reflect the player's velocity such that they will bounce back up to the height that they fell from. This mechanic lends itself better to puzzles involving portals because players have to think about gaining and preserving height. We also changed the repulsion gel to only activate if the player jumps off of or falls onto the gel. This was done because players would often accidentally walk onto repulsion gel that they didn't see and then trigger an unwanted bounce. This was a particularly nasty problem in Portal 2 because the player couldn't get rid of paint once it was applied, whereas in Tag the player can erase paint at any time they want.
So there we go. Tag: The Power of Paint. Not the last time you're going to hear that in the DevCom. Some pretty cool stuff here. They redo the puzzle elements to make them feel more clunker junker, I guess. To note that it's old. So that's how you get there. Drop that.
Boys just informed me that I should not have mentioned the control group. They're telling me I ought to stop making these pre-recorded messages. That gave me an idea. Make more pre-recorded messages. I pay the bills here, I can talk about the control group all damn day.
Next test chamber this way. Where the fuck do I shoot this? I've died there before, falling out of that portal. I was fucking pissed. You have to go back and redo the whole section again. Some more. I thought there was something in here, but I guess not. Now where I think
For this next test, we put nanoparticles in the gel. In layman's terms, that's a billion little gizmos that are going to travel into your bloodstream and pump experimental genes and RNA molecules and so forth into your tumors. Now, maybe you don't have any tumors. Well, don't worry. If you sat on a folding chair in the lobby and weren't wearing lead underpants, we took care of that too.
Okay, so now we're doing experiments on people without consent. You can maybe stretch here if you want to be charitable and say that Cave didn't think injecting praying mantis DNA into people would do anything bad, and he wasn't acting in malice. But he just actually admits on record that he was experimenting without consent here. So that's where we're at currently. Giving people tumors. But don't worry, he's gonna fix it. Let's see. Is this no.
We had to come up with old-looking versions for all the important gameplay props, such as button panels, doors, cubes, basically everything the player could interact with. We came up with this fictional character, Janitor Bob. He'd be the guy who had to maintain all of old Aperture. A guy who doesn't understand anything about science, but can fix everything with duct tape and a screwdriver. He would use everything he could get his hands on. The result might not look pretty, but it would work. So whenever we got stuck designing props for Chapter 3, we'd ask ourselves, well, how would Bob build it?
I don't know why they called it Chapter 3, because we are in Chapter 6, so that tells me that had to have been like a last second thing they changed, like where the chapters start and end. But, yeah. Oh my god. Let me click off of that, please. Let me click off of that. I'm gonna click off of that. Okay. Where was I? Alright, that opens that up. Yep. Now this one's funky. What did that open up? Okay. Got it.
Oh, in case you got covered in that repulsion gel, here's some advice the lab boys gave me. Do not get covered in the repulsion gel. We haven't entirely nailed down what element it is yet, but I'll tell you this, it's a lively one, and it does not like the human skeleton.
It's a lively one. It is very cool, for sure. They get pretty creative. They get pretty creative with it. Oh my gosh, I missed this. Whatever. So that scene, that last line that Cave just had. He's saying, it's a lively one. Whatever. The lab rats are telling me, don't get the gel on you. He doesn't tell you this until after you already complete the test chamber. Hey, doesn't that sound like he's acting out of hindsight? Huh?
Asbestos, by the way, keeps out the rat.
More on that later.
Let us know if you feel a shortness of breath, a persistent dry cough, or your heart stopping, because that's not part of the test. That's asbestos. Good news is the lab boys say the symptoms of asbestos poisoning show a median latency of 44.6 years. So if you're 30 or older, you're laughing. Worst case scenario, you miss out on a few rounds of canasta. Plus, you forwarded the cause of science by 3 centuries. I punch those numbers into my calculator, it makes a happy face.
That's a gross line. So, up until this point, right, you wouldn't be out of line to think that Cave is just a sadist and that's it. But he actually has some method to his madness. He considers his testers, and I would argue humans in general, to be mostly dispensable, but only if it allows science to be progressed. Science is what is most paramount. It is something that is more important than all of us individually. It is the number one thing that always matters most, according to Cave Johnson. And he will continue to say this. It's always what it is about. Caution, do not lean on the railing. Probably a good idea. Where do I go? Up here? That's not a... I've done that before. Okay. Try that again.
All these science spheres are made of asbestos, by the way. Keeps out the rats. Let us know if you feel a shortness of breath, a persistent dry cough, or your heart stopping, because that's not part of the test. That's asbestos. Good news is the lab boys say the symptoms of asbestos poisoning show a median latency of 44.6 years. So if you're 30 or older,
yep, should have had that caution sign. I agree.
You miss out on a few rounds of canasta. Plus, you forwarded the cause of science by 3 centuries. I punch those numbers into my calculator, it makes a happy face. I like your style. You make up your own rules, just like me. Bean counter said I couldn't fire a man just for being in a wheelchair. Did it anyway. Ramps are expensive.
The bean counters say that's expensive because you're going to get a lawsuit related to the ADA cave. That's why they say it's expensive.
While re-implementing the paint mechanics from our student game Tag the Power of Paint, in the context of Portal 2, the biggest change we made was to exclude the paint gun. In Tag, our paint gun allowed the player to paint the environment freely in an abstract outdoor environment, but in our gameplay experiments, that was very difficult to constrain without contrivance in Portal 2's indoor spaces. It also changed the game's pacing significantly, since being able to run at high speed around a level covering everything in paint is a lot more fast-paced, energetic, and often scattershot than Portal's more cerebral gameplay. Perhaps most importantly, there's a certain elegance in the simplicity of manipulating all the game elements using only the portal gun. Adding a new gun would inherently add complexity and force us to start from square one training the player how to use this new tool instead of focusing on the game's namesake. Instead, we decided to use the established mechanism of the delivery tubes and have players redirect the flow of the paint with their portal guns. This felt like a good compromise.
Yeah, so this gets pretty crazy. So we start splattering paint everywhere. And let's do this. Boing. Let's get another drop over here. Let's get another drop over here. We're gonna need a drop over here eventually. Let's get up there. And I think that's it. Yep.
Just a heads up, that coffee we gave you earlier had fluorescent calcium in it so we can track the neuronal activity in your brain. There's a slight chance the calcium could harden and vitrify your frontal lobe. Anyway, don't stress yourself thinking about it. I'm serious. Visualizing the scenario while under stress actually triggers the reaction.
Good to know.
Now, if you're part of Control Group Kepler-7, we implanted a tiny microchip about the size of a postcard into your skull. Most likely you've forgotten it's even there. But if it starts vibrating and beeping during this next test, let us know. Because that means it's about to hit 500 degrees, so we're going to need to go ahead and get that out of you pretty fast.
Okay. Kind of my biggest question, the more shit he says, is like, how are they, how does this happen, right? Do they like sedate someone and then do fucking surgery on them before they wake up and put a microchip in their brain? Like, how does that work? Anyways, next chamber. Oh no, it doesn't work because there's water now. So I gotta remember how to do this. I think you just do this. Ah, damn. That was not correct. That was not correct. No. I swear that's what it was, but I guess not. Sun up there. Might actually just be it. No, that's gotta be a red herring. There's no way. It's gotta be a red herring. God, I do not remember what you're supposed to do here at all. This is a blur. Okay, okay, okay. What if I do this? Oh, fuckers. What in the world could it be? Well, this is officially the first part of the playthrough where I actually got stuck. Like, I actually just don't remember what you do. Okay. Let's think about this. Maybe you build up speed doing this shit. Oh my god, I lost it all. That's annoying. Okay. I think I'm on the right track, though. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Ah, I fucked this up. Alright. Yeah, there's no way that's supposed to be it. That doesn't even make sense. Fucking hell. Fuck. Son of a bitch, man. Alright. This is embarrassing, but I'm not prepared, so I am going to go to youtube.com so that we can continue on. Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? This is a button. This is a button right here. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that. All right. Let's see what this does. Okay, now what does that do? Oh, it gets rid of it. Okay. So you're on a timer to... Okay. Understandable. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that one. I'm not a fan of that chamber. That's terrible.
If you meet yourself on the testing track, don't make eye contact. Lab boys tell me that'll wipe out time entirely, forward and backward. So do both of yourselves a favor and just let that handsome devil go about his business.
I can't go back in there to show it, but to their credit, they have the little like line and then the X for activated and not activated going into there, but my goodness, that probably blends into the background a little bit too much. Remember, if a future use tries to warn you about this test, don't listen. Okay, good to know. Splatter and paint, splatter and paint, splatter and paint. I think this is all correct. Now just drop down here, right? Then what's next? Ah, yes. I remember this. So this is tricky because you can't walk through the grid because that gets rid of your portals, but you need a portal with the paint dropping. So you have to go back to the previous chamber because the paint's dropping in there also. And now, start splattering. So, where is the end that I need to get to? I guess is my question. So, I bounce. Okay. I think I get it. Yeah. Yeah, I think I just do this, actually. Now, where's the next area? Not there. Not there, I think, right? Or is it there? Probably up here? Oh my goodness. Maybe I have to, like, jump. Okay, that's a decent amount of height.
If you're hearing
Yeah.
this, it means you're taking a long time on the catwalks between tests. The lab boys say that might be a fear reaction. I'm no psychiatrist, but coming from a bunch of eggheads who wouldn't recognize the thrill of danger if it walked up and snapped their little pink bras, that sounds like projection. They didn't fly into space, storm a beach, or bring back the gold. No, sir, we did. It's you and me against the world, son. I like your grit. Hustle could use some work, though. Now let's solve this thing.
Where's my notes doc? Do I have something on that? No, I don't. I mean, it's just... He's misogynistic. Okay. You know, to be fair, it's the 60s. It's of the time, but... Yeah.
One of the things that the student game...
There's an achievement in this room that I'm going to try to get, but it's hard.
Other objects, since this would have been too trivial in that game. In Portal 2, however, moving paint around became a puzzle in and of itself, so we began to create puzzles that depended on painting objects. Bouncy boxes and turrets were an obvious choice, and adding this mechanic extended our toolbox to include objects whose basic properties of movement could be changed by the player.
So, what's going to happen is this box, once I put blue paint on it, is going to bounce and escape the box. You get an achievement if you catch the box before it hits the ground. That's what I'm going for. But it's hard. Didn't get it. Oh well. Now, uh-oh. Now we have a problem. The box is going to bounce forever because it has the blue paint on it. Well, now we got to get the water on the box. And now you can use it normally. Pretty cool. I like that one. Oh, I'm not done yet. Okay. What do I do then? Okay. Let's see. Oh shit, is this really what they want? Oh shit. If this is it, I'm the GOAT. Well, okay. hell? Let's try the same thing over here. Oh my god. Oh, this is one of those. Got it. All right, I way overthought that actually. I way overthought that. I just have to get the cube to bounce again. Yeah.
Science isn't about why, it's about why not. Why is so much of our science dangerous? Why not marry safe science if you love it so much? In fact, why not invent a special safety door that won't hit you on the butt on the way out because you are fired? Now you test subject, you're doing fine. Yes, you, box your stuff. Out the front door, parking lot, car, goodbye.
So, the cave fires a guy scene. If it hasn't been made clear enough at this point, Cave always has to be the smartest guy in the room, and that's kind of his thing, right? He always thinks that he has the answers to anything that's going on. In fact, he explicitly hates the idea of taking no for an answer. He said that multiple times on here. He likes people that don't take no for an answer from other people. He likes people that break boundaries and make bold decisions that others tell them that they can't do, right? And Cave acts impulsively, and he formulates ideas on a vibes-based constraint, right? He is all on a vibes basis, and repeatedly misses important details until it's too late for them to be relevant anymore. Which is to say, Cave Johnson, I already mentioned before that he, in a lot of ways, he thinks of things through hindsight, but he also thinks that he is the only one that is correct, and since he is the smartest, things are going to work out despite the danger that he is aware of, which is to say, folks, Cave Johnson is not the fool or the moron. He is actually both. He is both at the same time, people. Oh my gosh, that's why he's in the middle of them on the image. Oh my gosh, he's both. He's both of them. So he is the worst of GLaDOS and he is the worst of Wheatley in one person. That's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? It's worked for him so far. Okay? Cave Johnson has a lot of money. He has a lot of power, so he has earned this distinction. He has earned the right to be enabled in his wildest fantasies of what he wants. Let's just start a science company and do science things because I want to be a famous person. And so he can do that because he has a lot of money. And you're a hater if you say otherwise, if you say there's something wrong with this. Cave is progressing the world with science, and you don't see the vision. You don't see the vision. Fuck your safety. Why don't you marry Safe Science if you like it so much? You're fired. Let's move on.
Congratulations. The simple fact that you're standing here listening to me means you've made a glorious contribution to science. As founder and CEO of Aperture Science, I thank you for your participation and hope we can count on you for another round of tests. We're not going to release this stuff into the wild until it's good and damn ready, so as long as you keep yourself in top physical form, there will always be a limo waiting for you. Say goodbye, Carolyn.
Goodbye, Carolyn.
She is a gem.
She is a gem. He's right about that. So before I hit you on that, thank you for your participation, Aperture Science Innovators. Another lounge and another painting of Cave Johnson in the lounge. Just to remind you, this is the guy who's behind this, and this is the guy that you should be paying attention to. Elevator to the surface. They boarded it up because you had to portal your way up, so fuck you. I would have simply canceled Aperture on X, the Everything app, after getting fired. True. I would love to see how Cave Johnson would have. You're actually Jaguar. You don't know how close you are to like a 30-minute rant that I have planned for later. So I'm actually gonna save comments on that until later. But you're on the right track. Is all I'm gonna say there. You're on the right track. I was getting more Wheatley vibes from Cave, but that makes sense to be both. Yeah, I mean, the Wheatley is easy enough to see, right? But Wheatley has an inferiority complex, and Cave clearly doesn't, right? Cave clearly doesn't. That's the main difference that drives how they act differently.
The newer and older versions of Aperture show their distinct personalities in sound as well as visuals. The doors, floors, and buttons, as well as soundscapes, reflect the aging, outdated 70s feel. The sounds contain hints of the decaying metal and wood. The newer but unstable Wheatley chamber soundscapes become more foreboding and perilous the further you venture into them. The atmosphere of uncontrolled destruction continues to intensify till the end.
Scroll down. Okay. Hello. Beta. This one's a fucking piece of shit, if I remember right. Okay, first try. Never mind, I'm the GOAT. So we got the blue gel, and now we got the orange gel that we're turning on. So, we left 60s Aperture, and we are about to enter 70s
Greetings,
Aperture pretty
I'm
soon
Cave
here.
Johnson, CEO of Aperture Science. You might know us as a vital participant in the 1968 Senate hearings on missing astronauts. And you've most likely used one of the many products we invented, but that other people have somehow managed to steal from us. Black Mesa can eat my bankrupt...
Sir, the testing?
Right. Now you might be asking yourself, Cave, just how difficult are these tests? What was in that phone book of a contract I signed? Am I in danger? Let me answer those questions with a question. Who wants to make $60? Cash. You can also feel free to relax for up to 20 minutes in the waiting room, which is a damn sight more comfortable than the park benches most of you were sleeping on when we found you. So, welcome to Aperture. You're here because we want the best, and you're it. Nope. Couldn't keep a straight face. Anyway, don't smudge up the glass down there. In fact, why don't you just go ahead and not touch anything unless it's test related.
So we're entering the 70s era of Aperture. Hey, remember what I just said about how you can't question Cave's methods because they work? So anyways, Aperture went bankrupt because they got sued into oblivion and lost all their cash flow. because they didn't care about their testers' safety, even though Cave was told over and over and over and over and over again that he should care. So that's moronic behavior, right? And you know, and Cave's response to this after the case concludes and they have to declare bankruptcy is, let's continue doing the same thing, except this time, since astronauts and Olympians don't want to associate with us anymore because we ruined our reputation, let's bring in homeless people to do these tests. And, you know, homeless people are also aware that this is dangerous, but how about we offer them $60? And so, you know, even if Cave didn't directly say on record, which he did, even if he didn't say that he thinks that homeless people are worth less and they're not as valuable as people that are famous, which is who he wants to associate with, even if he didn't think that, even if he probably didn't probably see them as subhuman, you got to remember that it kind of doesn't matter if they're homeless people or not, because Cave doesn't value human life really at all if science is involved. Science is always what is paramount, more so than everything, right? And if we go back to that intro to 60s Aperture that we went through, it's about Cave wanting people that he thinks are important to also think that he is important. So, even if he no longer has this direct link to the astronauts and the Olympians, there's still testing that needs to be done, because what if we can figure out how to get that diuretic pudding going, or whatever the fuck else is going to be a home product that this science company is going to get out there. But you know, it's realistically, that is all lost at this point. It's lost. It's not going to happen. The original goal is gone and it's not coming back. So why is he still doing this, right? Like, I think it would be inaccurate to say that Cave is totally unrecognizable of his circumstances, right? Because there is an anger, there is an acknowledgement of how things have transpired. There is a recognition that this is not the same situation as it was a decade ago, or even just a couple years before the lawsuit came in. But he is still clinging on to science and progress because those are the only two things that matter in this world. Just a reminder, okay? He has this idea of, like, science will be what propels me to a higher status, and it's still something that's in the back of his head, but it has happened for so long that when the status is still gone, it is still coming through as it's like a half cope, half like maybe he's sort of believing it at this point of the vague generalities of science and progress as absolutes to always go after. So he's lost. He doesn't have a path forward right now. By the way, here's a reminder again. Aperture Science in the 50s invented the portal gun, and they still went bankrupt, and they're still not selling this to market. So their best use for the portal gun was to use it to test other products. So that's where we're at right now. What is Aperture Science going to look like in the 70s? Let's go in here. Hey, look at their office. Still got some buildings here. I don't know if these are supposed to be like old ass fucking servers. I don't know what this is. But anyways, you can see we got some old computers now. Remember, if you see an orange jumpsuit, hit the red button. I think it is this. Okay. Scroll down to my notes because this is going to be a lot of yapping. Important scene.
Oh, hi. Say, you're good at murder. Could you, murder this bird for me? Oh, thanks. Did you feel that? That idiot doesn't know what he's doing up there. This whole place is going to explode in a few hours if somebody doesn't disconnect him. I can't move, and unless you're planning to saw your own head off and wedge it into my old body, you're going to need me to replace him. We're at an impasse. So what do you say? You carry me up to him and put me back into my body, and I stop us from blowing up and let you go. No tricks. This potato only generates 1.1 volts of electricity. I literally do not have the energy to lie to you. Even if I am lying, what do you have to lose? You're going to die either way. Look, I don't like this any more than you do. In fact, I like it less because I'm the one who got partially eaten by a bird. You stabbed me. What is wrong with you? Hold on. Do you have a multimeter? Never mind. The gun must be part magnesium. It feels like I'm outputting an extra half a volt. Keep an eye on me. I'm going to do some scheming. Here I go. Whoa, where are we? How long have I been out? That extra half volt helps, but it isn't going to power miracles. If I think too hard, I'm going to fry this potato before we get a chance to burn up in the atomic fireball that little idiot is going to...
So, we find GLaDOS and she's being pecked at by a bird. Reminder, quote that they said earlier in the game, Prometheus was punished by the gods for giving the gift of knowledge to man. He was cast into the bowels of the earth and pecked by birds. So, like I said earlier, that is not the full story. Alright? This is the part where I start talking more in depth about Greek myth. Disclaimer, this is only going to be to the extent that I think is relevant for Portal 2. This stuff is obviously complicated, and I'm not going to be giving a whole comprehensive analysis of this, but this is what I think you need to know. Okay. Hit the F7 button. Bring that shit up again. So, let me pan that over. Yeah. Alright. I think that's as good as it's going to get. So, Prometheus is the Titan god of fire, best known for defying the other gods by giving fire to mankind, enabling them to exist among the gods, as it were, for which he was eternally punished by the other gods. Depending on the depiction, Prometheus is sometimes the Titan of forethought instead of the Titan of fire, sometimes instead of just the gods in general that punish Prometheus, sometimes it's just Zeus in particular, because Zeus is an asshole, obviously. And fire often takes the form of other concrete building blocks of human development. Like, sometimes it's not literally fire, sometimes the fire, metaphorically, is technology, or sometimes it's civilization, sometimes it's some nebulous humanity itself, or, in the case of Portal 2, they say it is knowledge. And like I said earlier on, knowledge is materialized in the form of the portal gun. It is the ultimate, it is everything that Aperture Science has built itself towards. And GLaDOS directly hands that to Shell at the beginning of the game. So with that being said, in this case, who is GLaDOS defying? Right? Cast into the bowels of the earth by defying the gods. Who is GLaDOS defying? I've seen a lot of people over the years say that Cave Johnson is Zeus, and even for what we've seen to this point, and we're going to get more Cave, obviously, even for what we've seen right now, I don't think that makes sense. And it's going to make less sense the further we get into the game. Cave and GLaDOS, as I've already discussed, have a lot in common in their methods, in their mannerisms, in their attitudes towards others, and obviously in their hubris that brings out their foolish tendencies. So what about Cave is GLaDOS defying, actually? Like, they're pretty similar. What is she doing that would defy what Cave Johnson would want? Instead, I think that this is not a retelling, but rather a reinterpretation of the story of Prometheus with some liberties taken. Probably the most well-known reinterpretation of Prometheus is Mary Shelley's novel Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus, right? And in Frankenstein, the gift of fire does not result in a direct smiting from above, as it were, and getting pecked by birds as a result, but rather a smiting in the form of unintended consequences that are framed in a more grounded context. And in Frankenstein's case in particular, it is a case of unchecked scientific development. Science has gone too far. And that is what causes Prometheus to get pecked by birds in this case. Does that sound familiar? Science has gone too far. Relevant to Portal 2, right? And this isn't the only reinterpretation of Prometheus that Portal 2 takes. I have been talking about fools a lot because Portal 2 portrays its Prometheus as the fool, but there's also the moron over here, and that's the second half of the story. Part of Prometheus's punishment for defying Zeus was to get pecked by birds, and the other punishment was that Zeus would release a new being unto the humanity that Prometheus enabled, who is named Pandora. Okay? Pandora brings with her a gift of humanity in the form of a jar, not a box. It's not a box. That's an old as fuck mistranslation, actually, believe it or not. But whatever, I'll say box because people know what Pandora's box is. Pandora has the box, right? Prometheus's brother, Epimetheus, is the god of hindsight, encounters Pandora and grows close to her. At this point, Epimetheus was warned by Prometheus to not accept any gifts from Pandora because Pandora was sent by Zeus. Zeus is bad news, so that gift cannot be good. Don't open that box. Epimetheus does not listen to what Prometheus says because he operates on a vibes basis. And he thinks that Pandora has a good vibe about her. Therefore, he opens Pandora's box, and then the evils of the world are released into humanity, etc., etc. Epimetheus obviously is Wheatley. You know, Epimetheus is Wheatley. And what's interesting, if you think about that then, if Wheatley is Epimetheus, the one that enables him to open up the box is actually Chell. So in Portal 2, Chell is both the human that was given fire from Prometheus and Pandora, the chaotic force of nature that ruins humanity. She is both at the same time. Which goes back to what I was saying about perspective, one event, two interpretations, Schrodinger's cat, etc., etc. Why is this relevant, and why does this keep coming up over and over? What's the point? What are they trying to get at? Why is this a recurring theme? Look forward to those answers and much more later on as we continue the playthrough. And press F7 to get that out. I remember this time. DevCom.
The character of Potatoes was actually the hardest one to crack.
I'm not going to call her Potatoes. They do it in the DevCom. I fucking hate that. I'm not doing that.
Back for us. It was the last character to get recorded. We'd always wanted to switch things up for the sequel, so that GLaDOS would become your unwilling buddy cop partner against a new threat. But this ended up being far more entertaining as a concept than an execution. It's one thing to have an omnipotent villain chastising you while you're testing, it's quite another to have a little potato on your gun doing the same. Playtesters wanted to tear her off the gun, and we didn't blame them. So we were faced with the unsettling prospect of making dry, robotic supervillain GLaDOS more human and relatable. This ended up being one of the hardest writing jobs in the game.
And you can see why, right? Like, I do not envy trying to write GLaDOS into the direction they're going with her character, because she's fucking awesome. And there's so many ways it could have gone wrong. Like, she is great in this game. And she still feels like GLaDOS, which is what's so good about it. Yeah, I do not envy. Like, they talked about at the start of the game, too, similarly, like, we had troubles writing GLaDOS because people were putting down the game because she was being too much of an asshole towards you in, like, Chapter 2, Chapter 3. And similar problem here, right? Like, you literally can't get away from her. She's on your fucking gun now. And they have ways to get around this. Like, for example, she just burned herself out, so she can't talk to you for a while. So you're not going to have GLaDOS in your ear. And they have a lot of other things that they do, and I don't want to spoil, because there's a lot of great stuff with her that comes up. Good organic moments. Yeah. And obligatory shout out to Ellen McLean, voice actress for GLaDOS, who fucking kills it. Like, especially, like, I was talking about how earlier in the game she starts with a more venomous inflection and then becomes more robotic near, like, Chapter 3, Chapter 4 area, while still keeping that snark. It's going to be an entirely different inflection while she's a potato on your gun. We've already heard it a little bit, but it's awesome. It's awesome because it's relevant to the characterization. Yeah. All right. Chapter 7.
The testing area is just up ahead. The quicker you get through, the quicker you'll get your $60.
Hold on.
Carolyn, are the compensation vouchers ready?
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson. Why did I just... Who is that? What the hell is going on here?
So, I don't like that line because that would have been cooler if they didn't just give it away, but anyways. The DevCom's also going to spoil it immediately after, so maybe it was supposed to just be an immediate reveal. I don't know, but let's just listen to it.
The character of Carolyn came about because we wanted somebody for Cave to play off of. Though we had originally envisioned a put-upon scientist character called Greg, it would have been wasteful to hire an actor for just 1 or 2 lines. Instead, we hit upon the idea of economizing by using GLaDOS actor Ellen McLean. Out of nowhere, we suddenly had an opportunity for a GLaDOS origin story.
So there you go. The question is still how, right? The question is how, even if you realize that right away. But all of a sudden it gets pretty interesting, right? We're going to have a new gel introduced here. Oh, I have to press the button, that's right. Let's see here. Oh, I remember now. guess there.
Okay, I guess emotional outbursts require more than 1.6 volts. Now we know that. We just need to relax. We're still going to find out what the hell's going on here, but calmly.
Can I? Alright, cool. Oh, right. I remember this one. So I forget where it wants you to go from here. I think I need to go over there and then like turn around and shoot the portal or something. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's as good as they'll get. Okay. The orange will go over there. And the orange will go there.
Great job, astronaut, war hero, and/or Olympian. With your help, we're gonna change the world. This on? Hey, listen up down there. That thing's called an elevator, not a bathroom.
I swear I know him.
Once again, pre-recorded message. He's just assuming. He's just assuming that because they're homeless, they are going to be using the elevator as a bathroom. Yeah. Change the logo on the loading screen. I always like that little touch. Because it's 70s, so now it's got to look ugly.
Flag down a test associate and let him know. You could walk out of here with 120 weighing down your bindle if you let us take you apart, put some science stuff in you, then put you back together, good as new.
Put some science stuff in you.
Propulsion gel carried over almost exactly the same as the speed paint in the student game, Tag the Power of Paint, except that it is slightly more than twice as fast. Propulsion gel combined well with the existing mechanics of Portal, such as flinging, and it also went well with the repulsion gel for long jumps. We had to tweak the player's control on propulsion gel to feel right in the Portal universe, and also added a slight funneling effect to help guide the player when they're speeding into a portal.
That funneling, by the way, is pretty noticeable. On when you have like high velocity, it definitely feels like you're getting sucked in a lot of the time, but I don't think that's a bad thing, personally. Don't think that's a bad thing, because otherwise some of these puzzles would be fucking annoying as hell, so they knew what they were doing. Where do I start? This is a question. Where do I start? I think let's get the orange paint over there. Then I think we do, oh, is that right? I think that's gonna be the other way around, actually. Oh, shoot, let me think about this. So, I gotta run into there and then shoot myself out of there. Then I'm gonna have to do, oh my god, alright. I need to visualize this. I need to get the box, is what it is. I think I need some propulsion up there. Which might be... What's going on? No. Okay, let's see. Maybe that will work. I guess let's try. Oh my god, that's annoying. Right, yeah. I have to get fucking blue gel there somehow. Can I shoot up there? No. Okay. Huh. Bum, 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 bum. Get the blue gel out of there. There we go. Okay, it's because I was stopping. That's what I thought. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Right. Forgot. I think I gotta go through here. And the orange is there. Then go over, put the button on there. Then go back through. Then I use this for something. I know I use it for something. It's gonna be how I get to the exit, so let me go over here and survey things. And that's just a straight ramp. Okay, well, that's simple enough, right? That's simple enough. But you can't just jump in there. That's a bait, for sure. Definitely a bait. And have the orange go there. And boing.
In case you're interested, there's still some positions available for that bonus opportunity I mentioned earlier. Again, all you gotta do is let us disassemble you. We're not banging rocks together here. We know how to put a man back together. So, that's a complete reassembly. New vitals, spit shine on the old ones, plus we're scooping out tumors. Frankly, you ought to be paying us. Thank you. I can't believe I'm thanking these people. For staggering your way through Aperture Science's propulsion gel testing, you've made some real contributions to society for a change, and for that, humanity is grateful. If you had any belongings, please pick them up now. We don't want old newspapers and sticks cluttering up the building. For many of you, I realize $60 is an unprecedented windfall, so don't go spending it all on, I don't know, Carolyn, what do these people buy? Tattered hats? Beard dirt?
So yeah, Kay's pretty bitter. he's bitter. Thank you for not loitering longer than 20 minutes. Things have certainly changed. Elevator to the surface, that still doesn't work. All forms must be filled out legibly and completely before eligible to receive payment of, covered up, $60. Shittier chairs in the lounge. No picture of Cave Johnson anymore. A fucking window for the reception desk. So yeah. Pump Station Gamma. That's where we'll be going next.
Carolyn, why do I know this woman? Did I kill her? Or... Oh my god. Look, you're doing a great job. Can you handle things for yourself for a while? I need to think.
Okay. By the way, have you noticed that ever since GLaDOS turned into a potato, she's a lot less cold and emotionless? Have you noticed that? That is plot relevant. That is plot relevant. And we'll be continuing. Again, doesn't mean she's not snarky, right? But it's different. I don't know how to better say that. Pump Station Gamma. What's in here? We got a 1, a 2, and a 3rd gel. Yeah, let me just skip that bullshit. What do they want me to jump up to? Oh, obviously I gotta fucking move it around, right? Oh, I'm dumb. There we go. Oh, God. Okay. Carla the Complainer says, my new boss is a robot, but did you know? Robots are smarter than you, robots work harder than you, robots are better than you. Volunteer for testing today. So, here's the fun part, where I die a lot. Okay, maybe first try, let's see. Got it.
Welcome to the Enrichment Center. Since making test participation mandatory for all employees, the quality of our test subjects has risen dramatically. Employee retention, however, has not. As a result, you may have heard we're going to phase out human testing. There's still a few things left to wrap up, though. The bean counters told me we literally could not afford to buy $7 worth of moon rocks, much less 70 million. Bought them anyway. Ground them up, mixed them into a gel. And guess what? Ground up moon rocks are pure poison. I am deathly ill. Still, it turns out they're a great portal conductor. So now, We're going to see if jumping in and out of these new portals can somehow leach the lunar poison out of a man's bloodstream. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Let's all stay positive and do some science. That said, I would really appreciate it if you could test as fast as possible. Carolyn, please bring me more pain pills.
Un momento. Bum, bum, bum. Let me do that. So, welcome to the 1980s. Enrich yourself today. Volunteer for testing. And there's that last one talking about volunteering. You can see, hey, the offices have changed. These computers are pretty fancy at this point. And, hold up, look at that thin phone with the digital pad. Hello? Crazy. And we got the L desk. Kind of nice. Know your paradoxes. I actually should wait to talk about that. First thing, let's see. God, there's actually so much here. Let me just stop before I move to the next room. Cave ignores the bean counters and poisons himself with moon rocks and insists all this time later, right? Now the homeless people don't even want to test. Okay? So employees are going to test. He is still insisting on using humans so much that he sacrifices his own employees for the sake of science. Remember, Cave does not have a hard sciences background, okay? His employees are what make him. His employees are what he's had to rely on as leverage derived from his windfall payment from Aperture Fixtures when he was selling shower curtains. In other words, Cave Johnson does not know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he never did, right? He was just enabled by running into a lot of money and then starting a new pet project. And with this, he had two primary goals in mind. One, to become somebody, right? And two, to be able to play God, right? In Cave's voiceovers, he frames everything about how unnecessarily dangerous Aperture is, how much he doesn't listen to his experts, and he disregards testers' livelihood over and over and over and over in conjunction with his need to specifically test on humans. It has to be humans. At this point, we have robots, right? And it is a byproduct of his desire to progress science and to progress humanity. That is what he says. But is this actually true? Is this actually true? Or is this just what he tells himself? Okay? That cutscene that just played is a rare moment of vulnerability for Cave Johnson. Because he admits on record he might have been wrong. He says, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade, implying that things are bad. There's lemons, you know? He is, that phrase, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade, that is saying one must make a compromise given their circumstances. He's making compromises because he is no longer denying reality. The dream is dead. Aperture Science is not going to be this enterprise to catapult Cave into respected celebrity status. All of his stuff got stolen by, not all of his stuff, because not the portal gun, ironically, but Black Mesa took a lot of the ideas that Cave had and implemented it before the events of Half-Life 1. And of course, there's some Aperture Science that bleeds over into Half-Life 2 Episode 2 later, and all that good stuff. But this whole time, Aperture is mostly underground, and is this unknown entity that is kind of lost to time, because by the time the events of Half-Life 1 occur, which is the start of the apocalypse, this is, if I have my timeline correct, about 30 years after Aperture goes bankrupt, right? And after that point, they've essentially disappeared from the public conscious completely, right? There's no credibility. There's still people working here, obviously. You know, there's still people that are getting paid, but Cave is not somebody anymore. These are people that are underground in some salt mine doing who fucking knows what. But this guy's a lunatic, and we shouldn't take him seriously, and so they don't. He's not in the news anymore. He's not getting awards anymore. He's just forgotten, right? He's just forgotten, and he's in his own bubble here. But he's still chasing that high. He's still chasing that high because his brain is broken. His brain is broken. He just wants to keep testing. Just keep testing because that's a sciencey thing that you do. And that's going to get us closer to finding the new cool science thing. And you have to keep using humans. You can't phase them out yet because it's important. Never mind the fact that we have robots yet. It has to be humans that test. That's important. This is just one more thing that we have to do. One more test that we have to accomplish, I swear. We just need to ground up some moon rocks. So that's where we're at right now. Let's move on to down here. Is there anything in this room? I forgot. No. New portrait of Cave. He looks fucking bad. I ain't gonna hold you. They caught him on a bad day when they took that. Already saw that one. Remember, robots don't sleep. They can test and do your job. Volunteer for testing today. Press the red button. Here's an interesting one here. Please do not test if you are allergic to lunar sediment and or starch. You have fulfilled your monthly test self-election quota. You are confident enough in your work performance to unvolunteer from the self-election process. So what this says is I was going to say Cave's not delusional, but he is. He is a certain brand of delusional that is not all the way divorced from reality, I guess, because he acknowledges here that testing is dangerous. People die. But he is saying if you don't do your job right, if you look back at those posters, it is robots can take your jobs, so we don't need you, so you're going to test. That is what's going on here, right? So if you've already fulfilled your monthly quota, don't test because you're probably going to die, and we would rather that you don't die. Or if you think you're a good enough worker where you can prove that you don't need to test, then sure, we'll let you try to prove that. Or allergic to lunar sediment, because at that point you can't test, right? So I guess that's your loophole that I'm sure everyone is going to say. Oh, I'm allergic to lunar sediment. Yeah, right. I don't believe that one. Let's move on. Despite my pessimism, though, it is a change from before, right? Because in the 60s, we had Cave telling people, why don't you just man up and take off your pink bra if you don't want to test or whatever. But now it's like, okay, I get that no one wants to do this. I understand why you don't want to. However, we still need to do it. It's the same thing, but he's taking a different tone because circumstances are different. Let me scroll down, because the next thing I'm going to say is going to be a doozy.
Portal Paint was the last paint we added to the game, and for a long time we weren't sure of the best way to use it. We experimented with the delivery method and found that it was most effective when it was deployed in large quantities. Another important factor was the angle of application. Dropping the paint at an angle allowed the player to play more freely with the paint, which gave them the liberating feeling of breaking the rules by being able to place portals where they couldn't before.
The first implementation of the blob was integrated in the source engine back in 2007. Over the years, the code has been significantly optimized, but was still way too slow to run on game consoles. The blob was a key feature of Portal 2, even though we didn't know if we could make it work for consoles. In summer 2010, we were still considering using competitive front tech for consoles, one that would certainly not look as nice. On the 360, even with a very low quality blob, we were barely within a performance budget. But we really wanted to have the same high quality blob among all platforms. Meanwhile, the code was poorly suited for PS3 SPU. We ended up rewriting all the blob code, so it will take better advantage of multiple cores and SPUs, giving us quality blobs on all platforms while staying within performance and memory constraints.
That's something I wouldn't have guessed. Like, the blob here is just a big performance hog, huh? But apparently it is. Or it was at first. So, portal gel. How do we get out of this room? Well, just fucking shoot and there you go. So you create your own portal surfaces, and that's the idea. This one I remember being tricky, but we'll see, I guess. Oopsie. Just doing all this before I even start. Okay, so what do we have to do? We gotta reach some heights. Looks like up there, possibly, would be a nice place to go. Up there would be nice. Just gotta get to any kind of heights. So how am I gonna do that? I got a ramp. Not a ramp, but I don't know. An angled platform. Got an angled platform. That's the ending. If I can get up there, I just walk across. So let's see where I go if I just like jump down normally. How far am I going? Oh! Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Let's get some more white liquid spraying on the ground. Okay. Ah, shit. Yeah, that's easy to mess up. A 1, a 2, a 3, 4. Ah, no! Fuck me. Ah, fuck. Oh my god, that was it. That was it. Fuck. No! Warsaw. This is it. Oh, no, it's not. No! Fuck! That was greed. No! That was greed. People. Come on. You gotta be kidding me, bro. Oh my god. I'm starting to rage. I'm starting to rage for sure. Okay. Gotta relax. Gotta relax. Oh my god, bro. Let's get some more gel over here. That can't happen again. That was it. That was the run. Okay.
life gives you lemons. Don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad. I don't want your damn lemons. What am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day it thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down.
With the lemons.
I'm gonna get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down.
Finding people. He says what we're all thinking.
Point is, if we can store music on a compact disc, why can't we store a man's intelligence and personality on one? So I have the engineers figuring that out now. Brain mapping, artificial intelligence. We should have been working on it 30 years ago. I will say this, and I'm gonna say it on tape so everybody hears it 100 times a day. If I die before you people can pour me into a computer, I want Carolyn to run this place. Now she'll argue. She'll say she can't. She's modest like that, but you make her. Hell, put her in my computer. I don't care. All right, test's over. You can head on back to your desk.
Goodbye, sir.
Okay, so that's another strong contender for one of the better scenes in the game, in my opinion. Even though it's all audio. So it's the lemons rant, right? That's what people know about this game, right? Take the lemons back. Get mad. Everyone knows that, right? Like that was that was all over the internet when this game came out, that scene. This is another head-on collision of tragedy and comedy right here, right? Because just when it looked like Cave was about to wake up and see what was going on and realize what he did with the last number of decades with his life, he doubled down on his bad practices that got him to where he is right now. He doubles down on it. Take the lemons back. Get mad. Like, it's weird because a lot of people take that advice unironically from what I've seen online. A lot of people are like, that Cave Johnson lemon shit, that keeps me going when I start to lose motivation. And I just think, like, you know the point of that is that Cave's wrong, right? Like, you know that's the point. Like, I get that out of context. I can see how that is a motivational speech. But he is literally reverting because he doesn't want to acknowledge every mistake that he's made. And that he's just totally wrong. He's totally wrong, and what happens to him is entirely his fault. Entirely his fault, and other people tried to help him, he did not listen. You know, and it's funny because Cave is charismatic, right? We can't forget this. He's funny. He's funny. Great voice acting performance again from J.K. Simmons. I gotta repeat. He's funny as hell. But boy is he wrong. Boy is he wrong. And, you know, like a lot of these scenes where tragedy and comedy most directly crash up against each other, this scene really turns dark once it is officially revealed that how Cave, you know, makes the combustible lemons, get my engineers to burn your house down, all that shit. How he materializes this is, oh, I'm going to die, so I'm not going to be able to see the future that's already dead, where Aperture Science becomes this big science company who does respectable science things and becomes well recognized, because he's about to die. So instead, let's have Aperture Science continue on forever. We should have been doing brain mapping and artificial intelligence long ago. We are well behind on that, so let's start doing it. So his answer to death, you know, infinite life, infinite influence, brain mapping, artificial intelligence. And if not him, then definitely Carolyn. You need to stick Carolyn into a computer, even if she doesn't consent. And I thought about if I wanted to bring this up in the playthrough or not, because it's cut content, but fuck it, I'm gonna say it. There's cut content in this game of Carolyn being stuck into the AI and being turned into GLaDOS, because that's already been revealed. And they took it out of the game because the way it was worded was Ellen McLean's voice acting, it sounded too much like a depiction of sexual assault. So, take from that what you will. Do you think that the way the script would have been written was that she chose to be put in the machine? No. But that's not a part of the script anymore, so, you know, is that still canon? The evidence for that is a little messy, because GLaDOS during this part repeats Carolyn's voice lines, and at the end there, during the Lemons rant, is like, he's saying what we're all thinking. Yeah, burn the house down and do the lemons. And again, GLaDOS acts a lot like Cave. Carolyn is Cave's assistant and all that stuff. So, okay, let me read what I have written. Obviously, the Carolyn AI goes on to become GLaDOS, as they've given away a few times now. What I find interesting is that there's mixed evidence regarding how Carolyn felt about all this. When Cave is brought up during the chapter, GLaDOS is largely receptive to his words in a similar manner to Carolyn from the old voiceovers, and there's a lot of similarities between GLaDOS and Cave's behavior. However, if we go back to the Lab Rat comic, as well as other contextual information from Portal 1, GLaDOS waking up, if you remember, is suggested as something that she doesn't want. She doesn't want to be a part of the AI because it takes her 10 picoseconds to start trying to immediately kill everyone. And she is in a default kind of like bloodthirsty state when Carolyn's Carolyn's consciousness is put into an AI that would be running Aperture Science. The implication being that she is deliberately seeking vengeance. Does this remind you of the start of Portal 2? And desiring to test in a way that is more overly perverse than Cave's methods. GLaDOS cuts through the bullshit immediately and acknowledges that she is going to kill you. Or there's a high probability that you are going to die, which Cave does not do. Cave is a salesperson and speaks through a lot of euphemisms, a lot of deflecting, sometimes just straight up lying. GLaDOS lies too. GLaDOS lies too, but it's different. GLaDOS lies too, but it is an acknowledgement of there's a risk of you dying here. No, you can't do anything about it. Yes, you can go fuck yourself. right? Like that's how GLaDOS says it. She's pretty straightforward, all things considered. So this is not the end of this idea. GLaDOS is coming to terms with all this information right now and has not totally processed everything yet. Because it's only at the start of this chapter when she realizes that, oh shit, Carolyn is me. Right? And it is going to take her some time. She's not there yet where she has like every memory of everything that happened and everything that led her to get to this point. She will eventually get there. And her attitude will be changing accordingly. But yeah. Thank you for volunteering. Please return to your desk and await further opportunities. This room, this one's a classic. What am I missing? Oh. Right. What? Ah, bullshit. Oh, whoops. Fucked it. Okay. How about there? Oh. Then I do that. Right? No? Oh shit! I saw the ramp, saw the angled thing. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay.
I know things look bleak, but that crazy man down there was right. Let's not take these lemons. We are going to march right back upstairs and make him put me back in my body. And he'll probably kill us because he's incredibly powerful and I have no plan. Well, I'm not going to lie to you. The odds are 1,000,000 to 1, and that's with some generous rounding. Still, though, let's get mad. If we're going to explode, let's at least explode with some dignity.
Okay, I just thought of this like literally right now. I think the reason why people like that Lemons line isn't because of Cave saying it, it's because of that GLaDOS line right there. Because that, when GLaDOS says it, that's motivating as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that's great. That's great. I might be wrong on that. Interesting line also, you know, GLaDOS acknowledges that she is not in control of the situation and things can go wrong. She is foregoing, epilepsy warning, foolish behavior. She is getting away from it. She's getting away from it. This is not how she would have acted earlier in the game. We have a 1,000,000 to 1 chance. We need to be careful and everything needs to go right. That is out of character if we are comparing her directly to the beginning of the game. But she has changed since then. So, it makes sense. And this is the direction where she is going. Yeah. More on that as we go through the game. What the fuck do I do here? Like, obviously I need to get height, but how? Can I shoot that? No. How do I get height? Fucker. Come on. Am I supposed to jump? Maybe? Let's see if that works. No. Well, what the fuck? How do I get height? Oh, oh! Okay. Can I go higher? Yeah. Alright. There we go. Alright, where's the blue gel? Okay. Okay. What? What's this for? Oh. I think I know. Yeah, so that's where I came through. Got it. Is it not dripping anymore? What's going on? Oh, wait. Okay, now what do I do with that? Goat status.
With the gel sounds for Portal 2, we wanted to create something whimsical that would add to the player's enjoyment of the mechanics, without crossing over the line into ludicrousness. For example, our initial pass at the blue gel bounce sound included a rubber playground ball, a pitch-bent harp string, and a processed mouth harp. The resulting sound captured the idea of fun, but was off the charts on the goofy scale. After several iterations, we settled on the current, less over-the-top sound, which features a piece of metal bar bouncing like a diving board, and a heavy dose of synthesis. It's not as wacky, but hopefully, it's still fun.
So there you go, it's a diving board. Oh, right. Yeah. let's okay, go over here. Yep. Then let's do that over here and that over here. What? No way, that doesn't work. Fuck off. Fuck right off. No, I actually don't believe that. I actually don't believe that. Okay. So, now we've got from here, got that, yep. This should actually be, I think, shooting some blue gel. I think. Maybe not. But let's go down and do some of that. Some of that. Now we got a ramp. Got a ramp, got a ramp. And let's go. Oh, I need one more. Fuck. Oh, what the fuck? Come on. That's stupid. Right, okay. Well, where's the damn, I really like the drop down, huh? Okay. Oh my god, this fucking sucks. Oh, this sucks. Okay. Do that again. Alright. Orange there. And blue here. Now I can go. God, that was a mind fuck. Okay. Oh, right, this one. Yeah. Yeah, you want to talk about disorienting. Okay. We're out of there. That room's weird. Now where to go? Okay, that's not right. There's the door, by the way. So this is it. We are almost there. Just gotta figure out what the hell is going on. What in the world is happening? Got something up there. Oh, is this where I launch myself? Has to be, right? Yeah. Oh, so easy. Know your paradoxes. In the event of rogue AI, 1. Stand still. 2. Remain calm. 3. Scream. This statement is false. Or, new mission. Refuse this mission. Or, does a set of all sets contain itself? So here's an interesting idea, right? An AI, as it is defined in Portal 2, an AI cannot exist without getting caught in a thought loop when presented with a paradox. But humans don't do this. Why is that? AIs operate under a set of absolute rules, under predefined logic. Logic that was invented by humans, okay? A paradox, when you really distill it down, a paradox is actually just evidence of some fault in our own logic systems that we use, right? This isn't to say that the logic systems that humans use aren't largely helpful as some universal agreed upon constructs that we use as mutual building blocks for understanding the world, but these systems often come with exceptions. For example, in math, you can't divide by 0, okay? Or rather, if you attempted to divide by 0, you would find yourself in an infinite logic loop to try and find the solution. So instead, what we say is you can't divide by 0, right? We accept that being unable to divide by 0 is a limitation in how we currently express mathematical concepts. In fact, the number 0 didn't even exist until, I believe it's just like only a couple hundred years ago, right? So it is possible for us to make developments in our logic systems that change our ability to be able to express certain things in ways that we could not before. Meanwhile, for an AI, logic is absolute. And that logic that is put into the AI was put in there by humans, but human logic is fallible, and you know, we accept that fallible is a part of our logic systems, but AI can't, by definition, because they follow logic to a T. Logic is an absolute rule set. By the way, Schrodinger's cat, we have discussed from primarily a physics perspective throughout this playthrough. It is often considered to be something to be discussed from a philosophical standpoint because Schrodinger's cat is a paradox. I will be able to talk about Schrodinger's cat in more detail very soon. The pieces are starting to come together, but they're not totally there yet. But just a reminder, it is coming up soon. Hatch Override. And this is GLaDOS' plan to fuck over Wheatley, if that wasn't clear. Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. All right. All right, all right, all right. Chapter 8, The Itch. Oh, I'm so fucking excited. I'm so fucking excited. The last two chapters, the old Aperture part of the game, so cool, right? For reasons that we already talked about. And now, what the fuck does it look like when Wheatley's in charge? Game's about to just get better and better and better.
For God's sake, your boxes with legs. It's literally your only purpose. Walking onto buttons. How can you not do the one thing you're designed for?
Try to get us down there. I'll hit him with a paradox.
Warmer. Warmer. Boiling hot. Okay, colder. Ice cold. You're Arctic now. You're very cold. Very, very, very cold. Look, just get on the button. Oh, that's funny, is it? Oh, it's funny because we've been at this for 12 hours and you haven't solved it either, so I don't know why you're laughing. You've got 1 hour. Solve it.
So here's the first time we're seeing the after of Wheatley being in charge. GLaDOS said it was going to be bad, but it's been largely up to our imagination. We've just heard random like seismic shocks as we're going up through old Aperture, and we can only imagine like how fucked up everything is. And it's still happening right now, as you can see. So these are what the game will call the Franken turrets. Interesting that they reference Frankenstein. Didn't I just talk about that an hour ago? Anyways, the Franken turrets, Wheatley sticks the turrets into cubes so that the cubes can solve their own cube puzzles. Now, why does he care about that? That will be explained very soon. So, let's get in there. Except I forget how. How do we get in there? The fuck? Oh.
Solve this puzzle for him. When he comes back, I'll hit him with a paradox.
The Franken turrets were an attempt to show one of the ways Wheatley has been spending his time since he threw the player down into the underground. Using his limited brain, it didn't seem like he could have come up with a lot, so the idea of using objects he'd have access to seemed appropriate. The turret and the cube are the two most iconic Portal objects, and the Franken turret is little more than a crude combination of those two objects. The hermit crab animation when you pick the cubes up began as a necessity, because we really needed to make them act like cubes when you held them. It ended up being so cute that it became a simple job of making the turret widen its eye and shake its little head to convey to the player that these things were disrupted and had no idea who or what they were anymore, and also to make the player feel sympathetic towards their plight. We used a combination of in-game physics pushes and canned Maya animation to allow the player freedom to move them wherever they wanted, line up races between them, or even set them up so they would walk, inevitably, to their doom, into a fizzler.
It's true that you can do all those.
Ah, yes! I knew you'd solve it.
Hey, moron.
Oh. Hello?
All right, paradox time. This sentence is false. Don't think about it.
True. I'll go true. Yeah, that was easy. I'll be honest, I might have heard that one before though, sort of cheating.
It's a paradox. There is no answer. Look, this place is going to blow up if I don't get back in my body.
False. I'll go false.
Explosion imminent. Evacuate the
Hold
facility
on. I
immediately.
thought I'd fix that.
Warning. Reactor core is at critical.
There, fixed. Hey, it is great seeing you guys again. Seriously, it turns out I'm a little bit short on test subjects right now, so this works out perfect. And off we go.
So that's what Wheatley's been doing.
I have no idea what it's like in this body. I have to test all the time, or I get this itch. You know, it must be hardwired into the system or something. Oh, but I tell you, when I do test, oh man alive, nothing feels better. It's just, that's why I've got to test. That's why I've got to test. So you're gonna test, and I'm gonna watch, and everything is gonna be just.
Warning. Core overheating. Nuclear meltdown imminent.
I think we're in trouble.
So, Wheatley explains the itch, and now everything falls into place. Okay? The Aperture Science apparatus, or the apparatus as I'll be calling it through the rest of the game, was created by Aperture after Cave Johnson's death with the intention of hosting the GLaDOS AI to carry out Cave's dying wish and not allow his legacy, which he cares about so very much, to die. However, we know from the middle of the game that Apparatus has a failsafe in place that accounts for core corruption, which allows for a swap of the central AI that is in charge of that apparatus, or in other words, in case something goes wrong with the Carolyn plan, someone else can just slot in. So according to Cave and or the Aperture workers, the contingency that needed to be accounted for when replacing Carolyn's personality as the central AI was supplementing the need to test things. So they do this by neurologically linking the completion of tests to a drug-like release. No matter who the AI is, the intent is for them to become a test addict with nothing else to drive their motivation. This is Cave's vision. Make no mistake about it. This is on purpose. This is everything that he wanted, okay? Let's forget about the fact that the itch is a lot of what makes GLaDOS go crazy, because it is. And, spoiler, Wheatley's gonna go crazy very soon. And hell, let's forget that Cave knowingly has his assistant brain swapped, implied to be without consent to put her into an AI, only to be subjected to this, this forced, this drug addiction, this simulated drug addiction inside the AI, right? Aside from those little oopsies, the question I propose is, why is testing so important? Like, why is testing the one thing that after Cave dies, it still needs to be continued into infinity? Because if you were paying attention to the last 2 chapters, they don't really have to do that, right? Like, much of that testing was being done because it's just a sciencey thing to do, rather than for any actual meaningful purpose. And it's because it's fucking Cave, man. Cave is going to do what he wants. And he doesn't take no for an answer, and he doesn't want your damn lemons. He doesn't need a reason to test. He does it because he can, damn it. To show others that he can, and that he's the one that's in control. That he can, and still has a path to becoming this universally respected science person. Because to Cave, science is not about the why or the how. It's about doing. Because he still thinks he's making fucking shower curtains. He still thinks that he's in the shower curtain business. So he doesn't need to worry about the why or the how, because the blueprint's already there. Follow the blueprint. And this is why you open up the game by staring at a piece of art on the wall and being instructed to appreciate it. Because that fundamental disconnect, that is Aperture Science. That is Aperture Science. And it goes all the way into the apparatus. Testing is a part of the scientific process, certainly. But it is a pointed step with specific measurable observations used to draw a conclusion. But for Aperture, testing has no end game, aside from a vague sense of progressing humanity, which is never defined by Cave, and is then undermined by the implementation of the itch, which contradicts that. How does perpetual testing progress humanity when there is no end goal, there is no conclusion, there is no measurable observation to be drawn, right? So what are they testing for? Why and how and for what? A reminder again, they invented the portal gun in the 1950s, and the only reason that they have this, the only purpose they can think for it, is to test more. Why? Because that's what science people do. So let's do some more testing.
Designed this test myself. It's a little bit difficult. You'll notice the moat area there. Very deadly, extremely dangerous. Eventually, it's not at the moment, but I'm working on it. Still working on it.
1 out of 1.
Impossible, as it is to imagine, there actually is a solution, devilishly hidden.
Wheatley's first test was really fun to make because we wanted it to feel like he was the first-time level designer. We see a lot of maps where people try using different textures or lights to write words or put their names on the walls.
Go on. Oh, yes. Oh, well done. Oh, that's tremendous. Oh, that felt really good. Oh, here's an idea. Since making tests is so difficult, why don't you just keep solving this test? Same one. And I can just, like, watch you solve it. Yeah, that sounds much easier. Here we go. Now, do it again. And... nothing. Alright, can't blame me for trying. Okay, new tests. New tests. Gotta be some tests around here somewhere. Oh, here we go.
Alright, so my paradox idea didn't work. And it almost killed me. Luckily, by the looks of things, he knows as much about test building as he does about logical contradictions. It shouldn't be hard to stay alive long enough to find him.
It's alright. Everything's good. I just invented some more tests.
This is one of my tests.
Not entirely. Not entirely. Look at the word test there on the wall. That's brand new.
So here's the funnels. New mechanic. I think I need a cube, right? Yes.
Oh, wow. Well done. Seriously, both of you. Why don't you two go on ahead, yeah? I'll catch up with you.
Where's the exit? Oh, it's up there, right?
Okay, so the bad news is the tests are my tests now, so they can kill us. The good news is, well, none so far, to be honest. I'll get back to you on that. I'd love to help you solve the tests, but I can't. Sorry. You're on your own.
Yeah, made this test myself out of smaller tests that I found lying around. Jammed them all together. Buttons, got funnels, bottomless pits are involved. It's got it all. It's got it all. Absolute dynamite.
One of the big plot holes that Potatoes introduced was she's your buddy now, she's got the same goals as you, so why isn't she helping you solve the tests? The real answer is obviously that if she did help you solve the tests, there'd be no game left. One solution we came up with was for the bird from Act 3 to keep swooping in and pecking bits of her off your gun. As the bird kept eating the part of her that knew how to solve the tests, Potatoes would actually get dumber over time. For technical reasons, this ended up being impossible to execute, so we ended up finding another solution. Some of us, though, will always have a place in our heart for the bird solution.
That would have been terrible. For what it's worth, I would have hated that. If they made GLaDOS stupid, I can't even imagine that. Like, that, I would have hated that. Like, maybe they could have pulled it off, but just hearing that idea on its own, that sounds horrible. I do not want GLaDOS to be stupid. That's just not right. Let's see here. Over here, maybe?
Alright, okay, this is taking too long, okay? I'll just tell you how to solve the test, okay? See that button over there, alright? You just need...
That's why I can't help you solve the tests.
Never mind, solve it yourself. You're on your own.
This solution's definitely better.
Oh, yes. Well done.
Thanks. All we had to do was pull that lever.
What? Well, no, you pressed the... Ah!
I know we're in a lot of trouble and probably about to die, but that was worth it.
I really like that moment. I think, like, this is when I really realized that, they did something special with GLaDOS in this game. Like, GLaDOS is...
I thought of some good news. He's going to run out of test chambers eventually. I never stockpiled them.
So we are able... The GLaDOS is unique in that we are able to see her in separate states, right? We are able to see, first, she wakes up before the itch completely takes her over, and then we see a little bit of what she is without the drug addiction inhibiting her, right? She is fiery, she's vengeful, she is snarky, she is arrogant, have the third Twitch bot of the stream that's about to get banned. We have, all of that, right? Then we see what she is when the itch takes over her, which is a different reaction from Wheatley, by the way. As she becomes more emotionally distant, colder. A lot of those frontward emotions are getting pushed to the back and are kind of out of the picture, and it's just like calculated test. And then we see her inside the potato in these last 3 chapters. And I don't know, that last scene to me is just really endearing, because this is at her lowest point right now. She has told you she sees no logical path to success. She's just doing it because she's inspired by Cave Johnson to say, fuck it, let's try this anyways, which, by the way, is not really at the point of Cave Johnson's Lemons rant, as we said, but that's what GLaDOS takes from it. And, even when she knows this is desperate, she knows it's such a low probability of success, but she still finds time to be sassy and petty. That's awesome. That's awesome, because that is what was pointed against you in the beginning of the game, and it was scary, it was chilling, it was unnerving. But, Wheatley is the target now, and that's hilarious. It's hilarious, because she is not even punching down at this point. She has plenty of reason to be pissed, and this is a common enemy, because you also want to get Wheatley the fuck out of there, because that was clearly a mistake. But this is how GLaDOS acts when not inhibited by the machine, and out of the machine in general, and now aware of the fact that there is a Carolyn consciousness that is a part of that AI. more of who Carolyn would have been before is starting to come out of GLaDOS. She is more emotionally in tune. It's fucking awesome. It's awesome. Love to see GLaDOS just being snarky. It's great. That's what we always liked about her as a villain.
I found a sealed-off wing, hundreds of perfectly good test chambers, just sitting there, filled with skeletons. Shook them out, good as new.
Skeletons, right? I guess I did stockpile some tests.
This animation's funny.
And there we go.
All right, new test chamber.
Seamless.
Yeah. Let me just pause and scroll down. Okay. Here maybe? Okay, here maybe? Got it. Let me attempt to remember what you do here. Trying to remember. How about this? All right, right.
Oh, here we go. Here it comes. Ah. Oh, disappointed.
Oh no, it's happening sooner than I expected. I'm sure we'll be fine. It's probably nothing. Keep testing while I look for a way out.
Alright, so that last test was seriously disappointing. Apparently, being civil isn't motivating you, so let's try her way, alright? Fatty, adopted fatty, no parents. What?
What exactly is wrong with being adopted?
What's wrong with being adopted? Lack of parents.
For the record, you are adopted, and that's terrible.
And also, nothing. But some of my best friends actually are orphans.
Also,
but
look at her, you moron. She's not fat.
I am not a moron. Just do the test. Just do the test.
Love that exchange.
Finding the right balance for evil Wheatley was difficult, because we still wanted him to be the bumbling idiot from the first half of the game. But at the same time, there had to be some sense that he was dangerous now. Otherwise, there wasn't much tension for the big finale. Fortunately, Stephen Merchant did a great job of intercutting funny bumbling Wheatley with occasional outbursts of power-mad villainous Wheatley.
Correct. Also, by the way, he's still insecure, saying, I am not a moron. I mean, he literally could not possibly have more power than he does right now. Like, he's not in a position where he's subjugated to anyone else, and he's still worried about that. So, some things never change, right? Here's the turrets. Now watch this shit. Goodbye. Oh shit. Right, I remember now. No, not that. Pretty tricky stuff. Oh, I'm dumb.
It's not enough. If I'm such a moron, why can't you solve a simple test?
I might have pushed that moron thing a little too far this time.
That's a fun puzzle. Like that one.
Now he's playing classical music.
Oh, sorry. I hope that didn't disturb you too much then. It was the sound of books. Pages being turned. So that's just what I was doing. Just reading, books. So not a moron. Anyway, just finish the last one. Just now the hardest one. Machiavelli. Do not know what all the fuss was about. Understood it perfectly. Have you read that one? Yeah, doubt it. Well, on with the test. Wish there was more books. Well, there's not.
So, Machiavelli, if you don't know about this guy, this is like actually low-key one of the funniest jokes in the game. Because Machiavelli, his whole thing, his philosophy that he preaches is the TLDR is the ends justify the means, no matter how you get there. And hey, if you know a little bit about Cave Johnson and how Cave Johnson's influence spreads itself into the apparatus, and then Wheatley reads Machiavelli, So anyways, here we are. That one's pretty good. There's gonna be a second Machiavellianism joke later in the game, believe it or not. So do this to get some height. And go. Woo! But where is the thing I need? Okay. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. No way that just happened. That's fucked up. No way it just happened, dude.
Oh, what was that? That was nothing. That was nothing.
The body he's squatting in, my body, has a built-in euphoric response to testing. Eventually, you build up a resistance to it. It can get a little unbearable unless you have the mental capacity to push past it. It didn't matter to me. I was in it for the science.
Him, though. Yeah. Yup.
If he's not getting his solution euphoria, we could be in a lot of trouble.
This is a pretty good one. Operator error, blue screen. Operator error exception has occurred. Blah, blah, blah. Press any key to vent radiological emissions into the atmosphere. Consult reactor core manual for instructions on proper reactor core maintenance and repair. Press any key to continue. So, this solves the entire issue of aperture blowing up. This solves the issue. There is a failsafe in here of like overheating. We can release all of the excess, went it into the radiation. You excess the radiation into the atmosphere, rather. But Wheatley doesn't do it. Wheatley doesn't do it. And I like to think it's because he doesn't know what the any key is. Because he will not admit when he doesn't know something. This is established. And we have seen Wheatley do tech support. We have seen him hacking many times earlier in the game. He may not know what the any key is. And that is why we're here. 6 out of 19.
Moving the old test chamber a little bit closer to me. I'd have thought maybe proximity to the test solving might give us stronger results. What was that? Oh, sorry, I could have sworn you said something.
In each of Wheatley's test chambers, there is always a monitor with Wheatley on it. While placing the monitor in this level, one of our designers thought it would be funny if the monitor was the target of the faceplate and would get broken if the player or the box flew into it. We thought the gag worked well and decided to make every monitor breakable.
Okay, I did not place it in the right spot. Oh, right, because there's a fucking grid there. I forgot how this game works.
Don't mind me, just moving the old test chamber a little bit closer to me. I'd have thought maybe proximity to the test solving might give us stronger results. What was that? Oh, sorry, I could have sworn you said something.
Oh, right. Okay, so let's do this.
Are you absolutely sure you're solving these correctly? I mean, yes, you solved it, but I'm wondering if maybe there's a number of ways to solve them, and you're picking all the worst ways. No, that was the solution. What am I missing?
Blue screen is still there.
Have a brainwave. I'm going to tape you solving these, and then watch 10 at once. A sort of concentrated burst of science. Oh, on a related note, I am going to need you to solve these 10 times as fast. Anyway, just give me a wave, would you, before you solve this one, alright? I don't want to spoil the ending for when I watch it later.
The original layout of this chamber started out much more linear, essentially a sequence of rooms that the player had to progress through somewhat blindly, not knowing what the next goal might be until they got there. Early versions contained an extra puzzle beyond the reflector cube, but due to the linear path, it took players so long to get to it that they were confused about which elements were still relevant. This drove us to make the level non-linear. To make it easier for players to visualize the puzzle, we condensed the overall test space and moved the exit near the start. This helped the players see where they had to go and which objects would help them get there.
This is a pretty complex one, from what I remember. So, let me see, gotta go down her. Eventually gotta get the cube. How do I get the cube? Let's do that. Just another cube over there. Nope. Not it. Oh, yeah? Okay. Yeah, I get it. It's coming back. It's coming back to me. I think I already fucked up. Yeah, I did. Alright. Oh, you suck. No, that's not it. Okay. God damn it. Yeah. How the fuck do I get over there, brother? Okay, let me do what they want me to do. Which is this, and then I guess I see if that does anything for me. Oh, I had the right idea. I had the right idea. Okay. Okay.
Oh, you just solved it, didn't you? I told you to tell you. Why are you making this so hard for me?
Remember when I told you that he was specifically designed to make bad decisions? Woo! Because I think he's decided not to maintain any of the crucial functions required to keep this facility from exploding.
Man, this puzzle gets spiced.
Was self-destructing, already fixed. Programmed in one last tremor for all time's sake. One or two more tremors in there, just for fun.
Warning. Core overheating.
I let him keep his job. I'm not a monster. Ignore what I say. Now, just keep on testing.
Here's some fuck shit right here. Here's some fuck shit. This one's a fucking piece of shit. Oh my god. Yep. Okay. Oh, it's over there, right? Now, round 2. Oh my god! Yep. That's my reaction to that. That is my reaction to that.
Was self-destructing, already fixed. Programmed in one last tremor for all time's sake. 1 or 2 more tremors in there, just for fun.
Warning. Core overheating.
I let him keep his job. I'm not a monster. Ignore what I say, but just keep on testing.
Fucking hell. I was gonna say, no way the cube can fall off. But they indeed made it so that that cannot happen. Alright. Let's go again. Round 2. Oh my fucking god. Alright. Holy crap, man. That is fucking wild. Alright, so yeah, the thing is, I'm not done yet. I remember now. Round 3. Round 3, let's fucking go. Round 3, let's fucking go. Please hit the shot. Please hit the shot. Very nice.
Still nothing. Let's keep moving. Sorry about the lift. It's out of service because it melted.
God. That one's stressful.
We found that playtesters were getting fatigued at solving so many complex
yeah.
in a row. So, instead of a routine elevator ride to the next puzzle, we added a long funnel ride with some destruction to give players a short break while reminding them of the facility's state of disrepair.
I forgot that's what that commentary said there. But yes.
Might as well, give you the tour. To your left, you'll see some lights of some kind. Don't know what they do, but very sciencey. And to your right, something huge hurtling toward. Oh God, Rob, that's not supposed to be there. Are you all right back there? Here, I'll turn the beam off. Wait! Oh no, that's not helpful. I don't know why I thought that would help.
After seeing what he's done to my facility, after we take over again, is it all right if I kill him?
Good stuff, man. Like the banter in this part of the game is just fucking top notch.
Look, you're alive. Great. Yeah, just
15 out of 19.
Getting a test ready for you, obviously. Who else would I be doing it for? No one. So let's see here. Exit, exit, exit. There is no exit. Not a problem. I'll make an exit for your test. Bing. Good. Perfect. On you go. I'll be honest, after you told me to turn that beam off, I thought I had lost you. Went poking around for other test subjects. No luck there. Everyone's still dead. Oh, I did find something though. Reminds me, I've got a big surprise for you two. Seriously, look forward to it.
I love surprises. I love surprises. Okay, that's gonna be a funnel. So I need a cube. I get the cube by standing on the button. Oh wait. Oh. Is this on a timer and it's gonna drop out or something? Right? It's gotta be, right? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Oh. I may have forgotten to set people. I may have forgotten to set people. I may have forgotten to set. Oh my god, that's bad.
Ah, you're alive! Great! Yeah, just getting a test ready for you, obviously. Who else would I be doing it for? No one. So, let's see here. Exit, exit, exit. There is no exit. Not a problem. I'll make an exit for your test. There. Bing. Good. Perfect. On you go. I'll be honest, after you told me to turn that beam off, I thought I lost you. Went poking around for other test subjects. No luck there. Everyone's still dead. Oh, I did find something though. Reminds me, I've got a big surprise for you two. Seriously, look forward to it.
Oh my god, I almost didn't make that.
In fact, you might say you're going to death. You're gonna love it until it kills you to your death. All right, I don't know whether you're picking up on what I'm saying there, but.
Thanks, we get it.
Holy moly. Very subtle, he is.
He's not even trying to be subtle anymore. Or maybe he still is, in which case, wow, that's kind of sad.
16 out of 19.
Sorry, my fault. My fingers.
Either way, I get the impression he's about to kill us.
I forgot that part happens. Butterfingers. Ear infection has me slow today. No worries, man. No worries. You missed some good shit. I ain't gonna lie. You missed all the supporting evidence for what I'm gonna say in the end, but that's all right.
Only 3 more chambers to your big surprise.
And also, yes, ear infection sucks. Oh, this chamber sucks. This chamber sucks. I'm just gonna tell you guys right now. This might be like 15 minutes. God. And that's like with me like 90% knowing what you're supposed to do. I hate this one.
While testing this map, we often saw playtesters fixate on the excursion funnel and try to use it to get to the other side.
Oh, look, that's what I just
forgetting that
did.
They had a portal gun. To remedy this, we added the destruction event that happens just before this chamber. This requires the player to portal through the floor and out of a wall to cross a gap. Once the player enters the test chamber, they're presented with this exact same scenario, but in a different context.
That literally just saved me. Alright. Fuck. Okay. This song's a banger. I don't know if a banger is the right word, but it's I don't know, it's good. Okay, so clearly I missed something. Exactly. Like they said, right, player learning is weird. Yes, correct. Totally is. Oh, I remember. Okay. do this, and then I have to jump into it. No, I can't. Oh, yeah, fuck. You gotta let go. Then that's how you jump. Then you do that. Then you go again. Okay. What? Oh, yeah. Now this is the skill shot. Can I land the skill shot? Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Alright. Oh, alright, start again. Start the whole thing over again. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this one, to be honest. I think, if I remember right, there's like a fake out, but I don't know if it's a fake out when there's one left or two left, so maybe this is the last chamber of this chapter. We'll see. Okay. Drop it down. No, exactly. There's a weird amount of like technical competence that they expect out of you in the late game. It kind of comes out of nowhere. But it's a natural progression, right? Like it makes sense. It's a physics-based game. Like let's get some skill jumps and some angles and all that in there. But boy, I'm just not good at it. So it's frustrating. Fuck out of here. Alright, now what does this one do? Opens up the panel. Okay. So let's see. I think what I do is this. And if not, I die. So I better be right.
Oh,
hell yeah.
Good one. Good for you.
So, he's inexplicably happy all of a sudden, even though he should be going out of his mind with test withdrawal. And he's got a surprise for us. What did he find back there?
What did he find back there?
I'll bet you're both dying to know what your big surprise is. Well, only 2 more chambers.
We're running out of time. I think I can break us out of here in the next chamber. Just play along.
Okay. So I'm just gonna shut up.
Having built up the expectation that Wheatley is going to kill the player, we still
Oh, well, they give it away here. Never mind.
By this point, players are entirely comfortable with faith plates, and the simple subversion of expectations as Wheatley punts you sideways is a fun and surprising moment. We added the bouncing box with the intention that players attempt to time their jump to catch the box, focusing their attention on the expected result of their jump and heightening the surprise.
Let's catch the box, okay? Surprise! We're doing it now.
You've probably figured it out by now, but I don't need you anymore. I found 2 little robots back here, built specifically for testing.
Oh no. He found a cooperative testing initiative. It's something I came up with to phase out human testing just before you escaped. It wasn't anything personal, just, you did kill me. Fair's fair. Well, this is the part where he kills us.
Hello! This is the part where I kill you. Had a bit of a brainwave. There I was.
This is the other contender for best scene in the game, by the way.
And I thought, it's deadly. Oh, what's missing? What's missing? And I thought, lots of sharp bits welded onto the fragments. It's still a work in progress. Don't judge me yet. But you know, eventually, I'd like to get.
That's very true, Kiriro. That's the part where he kills you.
That's what I'm aiming for. But you know, small steps. Oh, and don't bother trying to portal out of here because it's impossible. Okay, I've thought of everything.
Hold on. Couldn't we just use that conversion gel?
What?
Conversion gel. It's dripping out of that pipe there.
No, I don't think it is. I think you're wrong.
Yes, it is. We can use it to get out of here.
Really? And do what, exactly?
Then we'd come and find you. And rip your gross little stupid sphere body out of my body and put me back in.
No. Don't do that. Stand right here. Stand. Stop machine. Where'd you go? Come back. No, seriously, do come back. Please, come back, please. Oh, you came back. I didn't plan for this. Can't reset the death trap. Oh, could you just jump into that pit? Would you just jump into that pit for me? Would you just jump into that pit? There. That deadly pit. You're saying to yourself, why should I jump in the pit? I'll tell you why. Guess who's down there?
Your parents!
You're adopted after all. It's your natural parents down there in the pit. Should have mentioned it before, but I didn't. So jump on down and reunite with Mummy and Dad. Oh, I'll tell you what's also down there. Your parents. And there's also an escape elevator down there. Funny, I should have mentioned before, but so down. So pop down, jump down. You got your folks down there, and an escape elevator. And what else is down there? Tell you what, it's only a new jumpsuit. A very trendy designer jumped from France.
From France.
Down there, which is at least exactly your size. And if it's a bit baggy, we got a tailor down there as well who could take it in for you. What's this? A lovely handbag?
And the 3 portal device.
It's all down there. You've got a yacht and boys. Loads of boys, fellas, hunky guys down there, possibly even a boyfriend. Who's to say? We're not sure at this stage. But a lot of good-looking fellas down there. And a boy band as well. That haven't seen a woman in years. And they're not picky at all. They don't care if you've got a bit of brain damage, if you've been running around, if you've been sweating. And a farm, a pony farm, and just jump down, would you?
You get an achievement if you jump down after listening to all of that.
Okay, look, I've decided I'm not going to kill you, okay, if you come back. Oh, just thinking back to the old times, the old days when we were friends, good old friends, not enemies. And I would say something like, come back, and you'd be like, yeah, no problem, and you'd come back. What happened to those days?
What? Is this portable? Oh, it is. That makes sense. Okay. Alright. Is that right? Yeah. It is.
Can't help but notice that you're not coming back, which is disappointing.
Before we enter the next room, because this is gonna be the start of some try-hard shit. I'm gonna talk about the part where he kills you. So good. I mean, everyone remembers the part where he kills you, right? You remember the lemon scene. You remember when Wheatley turns on you, and you remember the part where he kills you. And you remember the ending of the game, which we are not there yet. Not there yet. I need to not talk about it. So GLaDOS in that scene tells Wheatley that her plan is to specifically swap back and take over the apparatus from Wheatley. She doesn't say she's going to kill him. She might have, actually. I didn't pay attention. But her number one thing, as she says, is she is going to take the apparatus back from him, okay? And then Wheatley's reaction to just that information, nothing else being said yet at that point, is to say, fuck that, you're not doing that. And you might be saying, well, duh, because he's the villain, and also because, he is someone who wants power, so why would he give that up? But let's think for a second, okay? This whole last chapter, the whole point of Chapter 8, The Itch, is to have both Wheatley and GLaDOS tell you that being hooked up to this thing is absolutely horrific. It is like inexplicably evil, fucking heinous shit that Cave wanted this thing to have. Like, unbelievably evil. Right? It is an existence that is not good. And no one should ever actually want this. It is an addiction that loses its euphoric response quickly and can only be satisfied by a specific and difficult to achieve stimulus. You cannot help others because if you do, you get an electric shock. And it quickly distills one's existence down to only chasing that stimulus, and that's it. Right? And not even to achieve euphoria, but to achieve contentment, to achieve normalcy for just a fleeting moment. And even then, maybe not. Because at the end of the chapter, you complete your fucking chambers and Wheatley doesn't even get a hit. Nothing happens. And, it makes it so that you have to lose much of your previous self, your previous personality, and adopt different behavioral patterns to be able to most efficiently receive your aperture science serotonin droplets. Right? And that is true even for GLaDOS. As we've been saying, GLaDOS acts very different when she's hooked up to the machine. And it's not because she doesn't have a vested interest in testing. She does, because she said that last chapter. She did. She said, like the way she words it is, I was interested in testing, but Wheatley isn't, so this is going to have a different effect on him. But even though GLaDOS still has the interest, that doesn't take away the fact that there is a drug addiction built into the apparatus, which means that she has to suppress her personality in order to most efficiently complete tests. Because it hardwires your fucking brain to do that. So no one should ever want to be in this. Ever. And it's not that Wheatley is too unintelligent to realize this. He does. And as I've said multiple times during this playthrough, right? Wheatley's problem is not that he has a lack of cognitive ability or a lack of cognitive intelligence. It's that he's a moron. Okay? It's that he's a moron. He trusts his intuition too much. Right? Wheatley knows that he isn't getting a hit from completing tests anymore. He is aware, and he knows that it's not the fault of the tests. It's not the fault of the testers. He knows that GLaDOS warned him about this happening multiple times, starting at the midpoint of the game and then multiple times throughout Chapter 8 as well. But he isn't going to give up his position of power, no matter how much he acknowledges that it causes him suffering. At the start of this playthrough, okay, I proposed the idea that Portal 2 is a game that takes a hubris-focused adaptation of the story of Prometheus, discussing foolish and moronic behaviors, the systems that enable such behavior, and how to remove oneself from that system. The focal point of this idea, much like everything else in Portal, is Cave Johnson. Cave Johnson's enabler is a sudden influx of wealth, right? Cave starts Aperture Science as a pet project to feed his foolish and moronic tendencies and didn't have anyone to tell him no. In fact, if you ever did tell him no, you were fired. And as we know, money talks and money is power, so Cave kept getting what he wanted, but this only works because the system of money equals power was something that was already in place when Cave got his influx of money. It doesn't matter how, why, or when. You like that? You like how that ties back? It doesn't matter how, why, or when you get the money. If you have it, you are platformed, you are put on a pedestal, and you are enabled. When Cave dies, he, or rather Aperture, creates the new system, which is the apparatus. Whoever controls the apparatus controls Aperture itself. It has incredible power that instantly commands respect and allows the ability for nobody to say no to you. Again, this makes sense. This makes sense with what we know about Cave, right? This is what would be designed into it. It is the ultimate enabler of bad behavior. And even though Cave didn't need a synthetic drug addiction to cling onto any meaningless sort of power that he had to attempt to persist and pursue his dead goal even through death, the apparatus also throws in the drug addiction just for good measure, because fuck you. This is where I think I might lose some people. Okay? This is where I might lose some people. But I really, truly believe it. Out of everything in this analysis, this has the least supporting evidence. But the more I play this game, the more in my soul I think it works way too well. Okay? There's one thing about the apparatus that I haven't specifically drawn attention to yet, and this is where I think this ties in with me saying I think this is my game of the 2010s. This is how the digital age take on Prometheus really reflects the digital age. And it's not because of the aesthetics. It's not because it looks futuristic. It's not because there's AI. It's not because it's high tech. The apparatus is specifically designed to have its central AI be replaceable. That's what makes it a system. Wheatley ends up being the core to replace GLaDOS, but they make it very clear. They draw attention to the fact that this could have been anyone. This could have been any other core. Wheatley's specifications were never checked by the system during that core transfer. Just that the core in there is corrupt. Let's get a new core. In other words, Wheatley is only where he is now because he was in the right place at the right time. It is a product of circumstance and luck. And here's the bombshell. And if in chat, if you violently disagree with this, please say, because I would love to have a dialogue about this. I cannot stop thinking that Wheatley is a fucking Wheatley as a character is specifically supposed to be someone who is just looking for that power in some way, feels desperate for that, and ends up just getting it by sheer fucking luck, and then thinks that it's not luck and goes crazy as a result. Wheatley gets bumped by the algo. That's what fucking happened in the middle of the game. He goes viral, he gets bumped by the algo, he gets signal boosted, and he is currently in the middle of his 15 minutes. That is what's happening. That is really what I think it is. And he is going to be swapped out. He is going to be swapped out with someone else to get their 15-minute crack high from the system that does not validate if someone should or should not be there. So what I'm saying is, Cave Johnson made Twitter. Or, insert whatever fucking website you want, because it's all the same thing. This is what the internet turned into in the 2010s, though, is the point. right? This is what the internet turned into in the 2010s. This game came out in 2011, people. 2011, where if this is intended, and I really think it is, I really in my heart think it is intended, because it lines up too well. This is impressive. This is impressive writing. This is like there, 2011, there were signs of this type of culture coming up, but like clout chasing as we know it, this was not really a thing until like, I don't know, I'd say like maybe 5 years after this game came out or something, where we're like people doing legitimately dangerous shit and just ruining their lives and progressively getting crazier, and that is your basis for getting attention. Like, that was after this game. You know? That was after this game. People get platformed by doing outrageous shit to get attention, and they just keep escalating until they can't anymore. That has ruined lives. That has ruined lives. We have seen that at this point. And I really think that's what they're predicting here. It's really wild. So Wheatley is a clout chaser who is addicted to attention. You know, skip the text of the game that is giving you. This is the metaphor. And he's an addict, right? That's the other part of this. It is not a moral failing necessarily. The game does not frame it as a moral failing. It is framed as tragedy and addiction. Tragedy and addiction. It is going to help him as well to get ripped out of the apparatus. So, let's continue on. Oh shit, I actually had one more paragraph. Never mind, faked you out. What did I have written? Wheatley isn't going to let this go without a fight, because he is not only an addict who can't think straight right now, but he is the exact type of person that becomes a clout chaser to a dangerous degree. He sees himself as perpetually outcasted and othered. He initially sees himself in a situation with nothing to lose. He recognizes that the system is a way for him to command social validation through power to move up, as it were, and that allure is so shiny that he will do anything to keep it, no matter how destructive it is. Notice that as soon as we make it back to Wheatley's chambers at the surface, he makes sure that a monitor with his face on it is plastered inside every chamber. He didn't have to do that. GLaDOS didn't do that. You know, that's not factory standard for the test chambers. Wheatley specifically added that in on purpose because he needs to be seen. He needs to be as visible as possible, and he needs to appear big, as they said in the dev commentary in the middle portion of the game. And even as Wheatley's life deteriorates inside the system, his vision is clouded because the destructive decisions that got him to that point have been validated. In Wheatley's case, all he wanted was to be important, and now he is. And here we are. Continuing on.
Oh, I've got an idea. Yes, in your face, I've got one. Fine.
Image is still up, thank you.
Let the games begin.
We had a bunch of levels that used crusher panels in ways that made the test chambers more dangerous. After showing some of these levels in press demos, we got feedback that viewers were getting the impression that Portal 2 was going to be too difficult, since players would have to time events such as running or falling through a portal while avoiding getting hit by a deadly crusher. We ultimately decided to save these crushers for the escape when Wheatley tries to hold you off.
I'm gonna die a lot in this part, by the way. That's why I wanted to get all that out of the way before I start doing runs.
I'll bet you're both dying to know what your big surprise is. Well, only 2 more chambers.
We're running out of time. I think I can break us out of here in the next chamber. Just play along.
Surprise! We're doing it now.
Let me scroll up. It's all gotta, Jim says. Let's see. Jaguar says, I wanted to say earlier, Wheatley reminded me of Musk as I was eating dinner. Yep. Yep. I remember when that news was coming out of like Elon Musk buying Twitter. I remember there was a lot of people replaying Portal 2 around that time because people came to that same conclusion. It's like, dude, he's literally Wheatley. Jem says, this kind of thing was barely a concept in 2011. 15 Minutes of Fame has existed for decades, but whether that specifically is intentional or not, it's a damn apt analogy. It's got to be a commentary on the kind of person most susceptible to that kind of addiction, namely people with esteem issues and needs for validation. Yes. Yes. Correct. I was gearing up to at least devil's advocate argue with you, but no, it's at least a one-for-one analogy. I mean, why I was hesitant to talk about it, because for me it works way too well. The game doesn't really have hints that this is specifically on purpose, the way that, like, the Schrodinger's cat stuff has hints. The Prometheus stuff has hints. This doesn't really have a hint. It's just that it reflects reality, I guess, right? And whether you call that a prediction or you call that coincidence, I think it works.
What's missing? What's missing? No, don't do that. Stand right here. Stand. Where'd you go? No, seriously, do come back, please. Come back, please. Okay, look, I've decided I'm not going to kill you, okay, if you come back.
Should also mention, I can't save state. I can't make a quick save because I am in the developer commentary mode. So I gotta do this all without any quick saving. So maybe here a while.
Can't help but notice that you're not coming back, which is disappointing. Oh, I've got an idea. Yes, in your face, I got one. Fine, let the games begin.
Can I not fucking crouch jump? Oh, I'm pressing the wrong. Come on. I really can't crouch jump on that, huh? That sucks. Oh! Oh my god, I'm dumb. I forgot. Alright. Okay. Checkpoint. I was gonna say, it doesn't have to be on purpose to be valid reading. Art as intended and art as it exists are 2 different things after all. Absolutely true. Absolutely true.
Hold on. I'm almost there. Continue escaping. Death trap.
75 out of 19. Die, 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 die.
Silently killing you, probably. If I had to guess. Was that your bullet-riddled body flying out of the room? Those were the crap turrets, weren't they? Yeah. Well, no matter, because I'm still holding all the cards. And guess what? They're all full houses. Never actually played cards, meaning to learn.
I can tell. I can tell.
Ace of fours, the best hand. Unbeatable.
Ace of fours. The best hand.
Oh, I see. Clever. Very clever. And foolish.
He said the word! He said the word. There's Machiavellianism again.
Wow, good, good. Finally, a nemesis worthy of my vast intellect.
This one blows my mind because I never noticed it every time I replay this game until I did the dev commentary. This one's nuts.
In this excursion funnel ride, playtesters would often end up shooting the wrong portal at the critical moment and killing themselves. This ruined the moment for players who often didn't quite understand why their excursion funnel hadn't been redirected. As a solution, we now detect when the player places the wrong portal in hopes of saving themselves. We help them out by moving their other portal under the excursion funnel source. This effectively makes this section foolproof by allowing the player to shoot either portal to save themselves.
That's cool. That is some game dev trickery right there. That is some game dev trickery. So, for example, we have the orange portal here.
Versus Moriarty. Aristotle versus Maxi Spike.
I'm gonna go ahead and shoot the blue,
Stay still, please.
and it still works.
Alright, stop moving. Almost got you there, almost got you there.
Awesome.
Where'd you go? Come back, come back.
Holmes versus Moriarty, Aristotle versus Magic Spike Plate. Great line. This room fucking sucks. Guess what? That's a red herring. Guess what? That's a red herring. You die if you try and use that wall. Bullshit. This game gets a little mean near the end.
No, just had a brainwave. I'll be back. If you're still alive, I'm gonna be back. Don't die until I get back.
This game starts getting mean, for sure. I think I go... Where do I go? Go in there, maybe? What does this do? Ah, yes. Come on, just one more. There we go. And now can go. Let's see. What do I need in here? I gotta use this for something, obviously. So let's see. What's gonna happen here? Okay. Go over there. Maybe? What the fuck? I actually don't know what the point of that was. Oh, I have to go in here. Yeah. Okay. Checkpoint! Good stuff. You know what's crazy? Okay. The only time that I had to pause to look up the solution the whole time was that stupid fucking old Aperture one where they hid the button and they didn't show you the red portion. Like, fuck, that pisses me off, actually. We're at the end of the game now. Like, that puzzle's just not good. That's like, it's like a serious sore thumb on the game the more I think about it. Like, just that one is like actively mean, and everything else has just been like good. Like, you get desensitized to how good it is and how everything just makes sense so much. Like, anyways.
When playtesting the final boss battle, we found players were confused about what to do when they entered Wheatley's lair. Our solution was to train the player by having them break glass paint pipes in the previous level. This lets them learn the mechanic without any time pressure before they have to fight Wheatley. This also trains the player to redirect the bombs Wheatley throws at them.
So there you go. There we go. So there you go. This part's pretty cool, from what I remember.
Ah, there you are. Great. Let's get rid of this apple. There we go. I wanted to talk to you for a moment, if I may.
Jaguar, I was gonna bring that up. I was gonna bring that up later, but I should have figured you would already point that out. Don't worry, I have some comments.
Close to my lair. Lair. It's weird that first time I've said that out loud. It sounds a bit ridiculous, really. But I can assure you, it is one. It is a proper lair, deadly lair. And I just wanted to give you the chance to kill yourself now, before you get to the lair. You just jump into that masher just there.
Wheatley, you can't just tell people to kill themselves.
Sounds crazy, I know, but hear me out, hear me out. Once you get to my lair, death will not be optional, alright? It will be mandatory. No tricks, no surprises, just you dying as a result of me killing you in a very, very gruesome way. So, but better offer here is just kill yourself. You know, it's a lot of effort, isn't it, walking all the way to my deadly lair, where there's a perfectly serviceable death option.
Hello to your god lightning, yes.
Your death would be entirely voluntary and very much appreciated. Does work. I should point that out as well. I know we've had a
Where the
couple of
fuck do I... Where do I put the orange at, though? I don't get it. What do I need the speed for?
Concerns about not jumping in. The masher will kill you straight away, painless. Well, it won't be painless,
Oh.
but it will mash you up. In summary, we'll
Oh,
away
shit.
to certain doom or
Alright.
like a samurai.
Got you, I got you, I got you, I got
It's a
you.
win-win for you.
Yeah, so you can keep the orange in the same spot.
I put a lot of effort in getting this lair ready for
Yeah.
you, so it would certainly teach me a lesson if you simply died painlessly 20 feet from the door. I'd be furious. I'd be like, ah, got the just desserts. No more than, okay, I'll take that as a no then.
What has he done to this place?
Do I have something written down here? Not yet. Oh, man. I'm starting to get chills. Because we are close. We are close. This scene's great.
You know, I'm not stupid. I realize you don't want to put me back in charge. You think I'll betray you, and on any other day you'd be right. The scientists were always hanging cores on me to regulate my behavior. I've heard voices all my life, but now I hear the voice of a conscience, and it's terrifying. Because for the first time, it's my voice. I'm being serious. I think there's something really wrong with me.
Let's talk a little bit about GLaDOS in perspective. GLaDOS is the only character in the game that has a before and after the apparatus that we see, right? Wheatley, we have not seen the after, okay? Like Wheatley, GLaDOS acknowledges that the apparatus is suffering, but she still wants to stay in it. And unlike Wheatley, GLaDOS is not solely driven by the itch. It is a driver, of course, as we've discussed, but in many ways she agrees with the straight interpretation of Cave Johnson's decrees of progressing science. Arguably, she believes in it more than Cave does. And so she has a vested interest in keeping Aperture afloat. Note that Wheatley keeps ignoring the nuclear meltdown warnings because solving them does not give him an immediate stimulus like solving tests does, while it's implied that GLaDOS has been doing that constant maintenance work the whole time in the background while she has been in charge, even though the system doesn't promote that. Why? Because she actually gives a shit, right? But once GLaDOS is removed from the system, as I scroll down, she is able to gain a greater understanding of what is going on. She becomes more in contact with her emotional side in Carolyn, and in that sense, she's able to reevaluate just how much the system has been influencing her. It drains a lot of her passion, right? Because that's something that you could definitely say about Carolyn. Very passionate, very, very strong-willed. Again, snarky, kind of a smartass, kind of sassy, whatever. But it drains that away to stay level and efficient. It dissuades her from making meaningful emotional moments. Because from a testing perspective, everything is literally interchangeable parts in Aperture, right? And that includes both the cores and the humans. But once she gets stuck into the potato and pecked by birds, GLaDOS realizes how much she didn't realize, right? She stops acting foolish, as we talked about before. This isn't to say that she's never wrong after this point, or that she's never making bad decisions, but she acknowledges now that she can be wrong. And that is actually her power in the second half of the game. Because when you acknowledge that if you're a fool, and you acknowledge that you can be wrong, that thing that you were missing that made you foolish is actually self-awareness. It allows you to gain a greater analysis of your situation and your world, and to not be overcome by the limitations of hubris. Great stuff. This is a good fucking character, man. Like, they said multiple times in the dev com, like, it sounds like they kind of hated writing GLaDOS in this game. But I think it's because they were trying to make, like, the coolest arc ever. Like, and it's hard to make the coolest arc ever, but they did it. It's awesome. Because here's the thing. Like, it's very important, too. She never stops being her the whole game. She never stops being just a fucking asshole. And that's why you liked her. That's right. That's why you liked her in the first game. And that's why you liked her in the first half of this game. Because she's such an asshole. She's such an asshole in such a funny way. And that doesn't go away. And she still learns from her mistakes. That's great. Great stuff. Great stuff. Now let's start the fucking final boss. What's up, BP?
Corrupted cores, we're in luck. You find a way to stun him, I'll send you a core, and then you attach it to him. If we do it a few times, he might become corrupt enough for another core transfer.
There was a lot of debate over how to properly punish Wheatley at the end of the game. Killing him seemed too severe, given how much we'd grown to love the character. On the other hand,
spoiler, don't listen to this, don't listen to this if you haven't played the game. Spoiler. Spoiler. Alright. God. Why is that even there? I should have just like put in my notes, don't fucking press E on that one. This is Kino, obviously.
To my lair.
Let me just flag something up. According to the control panel light up there, the entire building is going to self-destruct in about 6 minutes. I'm pretty sure it's a proper window light. I think the light's on the blink, but just in case it isn't, I am actually going to have to kill you, as discussed earlier. So let's call that 3 minutes and then a minute break, but we should leave allegedly 2 minutes to figure out how to shut down whatever is starting all the fires. So anyway, that's the itinerary. Also, I took the liberty of watching the tapes of you killing her, and I'm not going to make the same mistakes. 4-part plan is this. 1. No portal surfaces. 2. Start the neurotoxin immediately. 3. Bomb-proof shields for me, leading directly.
That's leading to 4 bombs for throwing at you.
This plan is so good, I'm going to give you a sporting chance and turn off the neurotoxin. I'm joking, of course. Goodbye.
Neurotoxin level at capacity.
Wheatley used to have different kinds of attacks other than lobbing bombs. At one point, we tried attaching several turrets to him that he could point at you. This proved too punishing, however, and they were removed. We also tried crusher panels that Wheatley could try to smash you with. This, once again, proved too punishing, since players were focused on what Wheatley was doing and would often get hit by a crusher they weren't looking at.
Alright, you didn't go for that. I see. You I was lying. Point to you. But you still are inhaling neurotoxin, so point deducted. Look out! I'm right behind you! No, of course I'm not. No, you sorted that one as well. 40 feet tall, right in front of you. Not the greatest news. Still, giant robot though. Look at that. Oh, where are you going? Nowhere. Not. Oh! Ah! No! Ah! Ah! That's sounded real. No, that was actually an impression of you. Actually, because you just let it.
Oh, whoops! I'm one step ahead. Sorry. Oopsies.
I wanted you to trick me into bursting that pipe. Didn't trick me, seemingly trick me, to give you false hope. Because that leads to overconfidence, and that leads to mistakes, big mistakes, and it's all part of the plan.
I'm delivering the first core up near the catwalk. Grab it and attach it to him.
Warning. Core corruption at 50%. Vent system compromised. Neurotoxin offline. Reactor explosion in 4 minutes.
What happened? What happened? What have you palmed to me? What is that? Hold on.
Okay, great. Here comes another core.
Quick, what's the situation? Oh, hey, how you pretty lady? Don't drink. So you out having yourself a little adventure? What, are you fighting that guy? You got that under control? No, because you're gonna light stuff on fire. Hey, countdown clock. Man, that is trouble. Situation's looking pretty ugly. Such a beautiful woman, if you don't mind me saying. I don't want to scare you.
Warning. Core corruption at 75%. Reactor explosion timer destroyed. Reactor explosion uncertainty emergency preemption protocol initiated. This facility will self-destruct in 2 minutes.
Enough! I told you not to put these cores on, but you don't listen, do you? Quiet. All the time. Quietly, not listening to a word I say, judgment, silent, worst kind. All I wanted to do was make everything better for me. All you had to do was to solve the...
Here's another core. This one should do it.
The first person to prove that cow's milk is drinkable was very, very thirsty. Edmund Hillary, the first person to climb Mount Everest, did so accidentally while chasing a bird. William Shakespeare did not exist. His plays were masterminded in 1589 by Francis Bacon, who used a Ouija board to enslave playwriting ghosts.
Warning. Core corruption at 100%. Manual core replacement required.
Oh, I see.
Substitute core. Are you ready to start? Corrupted core. Are you ready to start?
What do you think?
Interpreting vague answer as yes.
No. Pick up on my sarcasm.
Stalemate detected. Fire detected in the stalemate resolution annex. Extinguishing.
This part's good.
That just cleans right off, does it? Well, that would have been good to know a little earlier.
Stalemate Stalemate Resolution Associate. Please press the Stalemate Resolution button.
Do not press that button. No! Do not do it! I forbid you to press it! Don't press that button! Don't press it! Come back! No! Do not press that button! Do not do it! Come back!
We wanted to be scientifically accurate in this puzzle, figuring that there'd be a slight...
Oh my god. Fucking, how do I click off this? No, don't listen, don't listen, don't listen. Why?
4
All
seconds
right,
to
whatever.
travel the distance. But playtesters would shoot the
Oh
moon
my
and
god,
instantly turn
whatever.
away.
Blah, 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 blah,
They
blah,
didn't
blah,
realize
blah,
they'd
blah,
actually
blah,
shot a
blah. I
portal
should have put
to the
this in my notes. Don't
We tried
listen to
and
this.
rejected
Don't
a
listen.
few
Blah, blah,
different
blah,
approaches to
blah, blah, blah,
communicate
blah,
the
blah, 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 blah,
including
blah,
the
blah,
cheat
blah, blah, blah,
involving
blah, blah,
quantum
blah, 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 blah,
before
blah,
settling
blah,
on the
blah.
current solution to this problem.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay. What the fuck? That's egregious. Whatever. Booby trap the stalemate button.
Are you still alive? You are joking! You have got to be kidding me! Well, I'm still in control, and I have no idea how to fix this place. Oh, you had to play bloody cat and mouse, didn't you? While people were trying to work. Yeah, well now we're all gonna pay the price, because we're all gonna bloody die. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, take one more look at your precious human moon, because it cannot help you now.
Portal surfaces are made out of what? Moon rocks.
Space! Ah! Ah! Let go! We're in space! Ah! Let go! Let go! I'm still connected! I can pull myself in! I can still fix this!
I already fixed it, and you are not coming back.
Oh no! Change your plans! Hold on to me! Tighter! Ah! Grab me! Grab me! Grab me! Grab me!
I'm going to pause here. So there you have it, everyone. That's the final boss of Portal 2. Shooting the moon is like one of the best. That's like an all-time fucking video game thing right there. You shoot the fucking moon to end the game. So cool. It's so on brand, right? It's so on brand. It's something that totally makes sense just by playing through the game, which is an accomplishment. Shoot the fucking moon and he gets ejected into space. Wheatley pleads for his life and goes into the infinite abyss. And then GLaDOS... oh, that line's so good. And you are not coming back. Come on, man. So good. Jaguar points out, whole first half of the game spent listening to Wheatley, then your final moments are spent disobeying him. Yes. Yes, correct. It's awesome. And I just scrolled through. I realized that what you were talking about earlier, Jaguar, the developers are learning so much from playtesting, they should just test more, not release the game. I thought I had something written on that, but I actually didn't because I looked through. So I think now's a good of time as ever to address that. Valve does a lot of playtesting. It's kind of what they're like infamous for, if anything, right? It's like they try to have their shit be so tightly crafted because they QA, and then they QA again, and then they QA again, and then they QA again, and again, and again, and again. So there's an interpretation of this game of like, is Aperture just supposed to be like a self-critique of Valve in a way? I don't know. I don't know. Like, if you look, you could draw some comparisons there. But I don't know. Like, I think that's kind of all there is there, I guess. Just the fact that, like, they both are obsessed with testing. Like, maybe that's just some self-aware, like, haha, what if we made Aperture just more of a exaggerated critique of what we do? Like, that seems most likely to me. It's probably not a coincidence. Like, they're probably trying to poke fun at themselves, but I don't really get much more of it out of that. Yeah. The difference, of course, between Aperture and Valve being that Valve eventually releases products such as Portal 2, right? And meanwhile, in Aperture, you have the assembly line to construct the turret, and then the assembly line to deconstruct the turret, and then throw away the cardboard, right? Like, here there ends up being something that gets released. So I guess that's the difference there, right? Fourth bot of the stream. Let me click off of that. Cute. Come on, fucking Twitch. Anyways, so now we have to talk about the ending. And this is why I pause. Because before the ending even starts, people who know this game already, you know that this ending has been subject to mass speculation ever since it came out. Okay? I'm about to spoil a couple things that happened before I even show them. Because I think that the presentation of this ending is so good that I would feel dirty interrupting it. So I'm going to let this whole thing play out. But there's some things that just aren't going to make sense, and I don't want to backload the explanation too much, so it's like a half hour of just talking about, remember that part of the ending, remember that part, and you're like, no, because there's a million things that happened, right? So let's cut to the chase. If you know what happens and you know what the speculation is about, this is probably you're probably wondering where I was going to go with this. They're doing a Schrodinger's cat ending to this game. That is what they're doing. So, given all of the evidence that is available in the ending of this game, there is what I would call sufficient evidence for 4 separate endings of this game. And they are all actually the same ending. Okay? Now, let's go back out to the Ratman Den. We have been focusing on this left side of the Ratman Den for most of the playthrough. But I think there's actually something on the right side that we haven't been paying attention to. Okay? There's 4 endings to Portal 2. Okay? Ending 1, Carolyn dies and Chell dies. Ending 2, Carolyn lives, Chell dies. Ending 3, Carolyn dies, Chell lives. And ending 4, Carolyn lives and Chell lives. So, more specifically, GLaDOS is about to have a line where she says that she is deleting Carolyn from her framework. If you think that Carolyn does die there, then what you think is that GLaDOS is telling the truth. And then if you think Carolyn lives, then you think GLaDOS is lying. Evidence that she is lying includes the fact that she always fucking lies. The fact that she says that Carolyn is alive in the credits, and the fact that she is merciful to Chell in the endings in which she lives. Evidence that she's telling the truth includes that she has a change in tonal inflection, right? Which that's been a point of notice throughout the whole game. She has a tonal inflection and goes back to itch GLaDOS after the deletion line. She gives cold, calculated reasoning for what she does with Chell after deleting Carolyn, and in the ending, she also says that Carolyn is dead. So there you go. There's evidence on both sides of that. And for the Chell side, Chell is going to have a moment where she encounters a room full of turrets when she does not have a portal gun, and there's nothing that she can do. She is trapped, and a billion turrets are pointed at her. And then there's a pause for a couple seconds, and then a turret opera starts. So, what if I told you that in Greek myth, there's some common imagery in Greek myth surrounding death, in which you ascend to the afterlife, which is depicted as an endless wheat field, while having an accompanying symphony in your background as you ascend, and then you are accompanied by your best friend that comes with you. Okay? So, if you think that Chell lives, you think this is just symbolism. You think it's just symbolism, and this ascension is not her dying. It is her escaping Aperture, which would be analogous for Tartarus, for the underworld. And if you think she dies, then you think that she loses consciousness once those turrets show up, and the rest of the ending is from her perspective in death. She is rising to Elysium, the completion of the Greek tragedy. And what's interesting is that all four endings actually work within the thematic framework of Portal 2. And the difference is that they have different tones and they have some different specific implications. Some of these things work with one set of endings, but not for another. I will talk about all of that after the full ending plays out. And before I play out, let's talk about Wheatley, because that's going to be consistent across all four endings. Actually, no, let me save that. I'm going to save Wheatley. I'm going to save talking about all the endings. So that's the explanation of what's going to happen. And let's just watch this, right? Everyone that's in chat right now, tell me, what do you think the ending is? Who is alive and who is dead? Let's play it out. I'm going to shut up. This ending's fucking awesome.
Oh, thank God, you're all right. You know, being Carolyn taught me a valuable lesson. I thought you were my greatest enemy, but all along you were my best friend. The surge of emotion that shot through me when I saved your life taught me an even more valuable lesson.
Thank you for that. I realized I was muted. Continuing on.
Where Carolyn lives in my brain.
Carolyn, delete.
Goodbye, Carolyn. You know, deleting Carolyn just now taught me a valuable lesson. The best solution to a problem is usually the easiest one. And I'll be honest, killing you is hard. You know what my days used to be like? I just tested. Nobody murdered me, or put me in a potato, or fed me to birds. I had a pretty good life. And then you showed up, you dangerous, mute lunatic. So you know what? You win. Just go. It's been fun. Don't come back. been replaced. I don't need anyone now. When I delete you, maybe I'll stop feeling so bad. Go make some new disaster. That's what I'm counting on. You're someone else's problem. Now I only want you gone. Now I only want you gone. Now I only want you gone.
So much space. Need to see it all.
I wish I could take it all back. I honestly do. I honestly do wish I could take it all back. And not just because I'm stranded in space.
I'm in space.
I know you are, mate. Yeah, we're both in space. Anyway, you know, if I was ever to see her again, do you know what I'd say?
I'm in space.
I'd say, I'm sorry. Sincerely. I am sorry I was bossy and monstrous. And I am genuinely sorry.
I'm in space.
The end.
So that's the ending. Core 1 is in space. Absolutely true. So, first of all, I had to physically hold myself back from unmuting and singing along with Want You Gone. God, what a fucking classic song, man. Get chills every time I listen to that shit. So good. Excellent. Everything about that's great. Okay. So let's talk about Wheatley first. I think that he's completely honest. I think that he's telling the truth in the end there, right? It's not until Wheatley has his crack pipe ripped away from him that he realizes just how bad he fucked up. And it's sad. It doesn't excuse him, but it does mean that he didn't go into that section in the middle of the game with bad intentions. He just became the random winner of the system. He got bumped by the algo, you know, which meant that he was also a victim of the system, right? The system takes you in, you get corrupted, and then you get spit back out. Wheatley's not good. He's not evil. He's a cautionary tale, right? And also, one of my favorite bits on the main menu here, and also in that scene, Wheatley is so dense that the space core orbits around him. That's a pretty good one. I like that. So, the 4 endings. Okay, let's talk about the 4 endings. If you think Carolyn dies and Chell dies, what that means is, what happened there was, GLaDOS deletes Carolyn with the intent to make herself more of an efficient AI to maintain Aperture without the weight of emotions. Carolyn grew a sort of connection with Chell, but GLaDOS knows that Chell is far too dangerous to keep around. So in order to make sure that Chell gets the fuck out, she first needs to delete Carolyn. And that is going to mean that she's not going to make the same mistake as the beginning of the game. And this time she is going to kill you before you're able to get your hands on the portal gun. So GLaDOS, by doing this, in a way, completes her story of Prometheus' journey, but you don't. And the reason why you don't, you being Chell, because Chell actually could not complete the story of Prometheus because she gave fire twice in this game. She gave fire once to Wheatley, and then she gave fire a second time to GLaDOS. So she did not learn her lesson, GLaDOS did. That's that ending. Next we have Carolyn lives, Chell dies. Okay? In this one, GLaDOS doesn't delete Carolyn, and as a result, there is a vengeful side of her that is there. She takes the opportunity to take out Chell in dramatic style before the itch takes over and Carolyn is suppressed. This is in line with how Carolyn has actually acted throughout really most of the game, if we're being honest, right? She is rather vengeful. It's especially true at the beginning of the game when she's in a similar position to where she is at the end. GLaDOS's mistake, therefore, is that she thought she would be able to overcome the corruption of the apparatus at the start of the game in Chapter 2, but that's not something that can be overcome. It's purpose-built into the system as a feature, not a bug, and the system is absolute. So by doing this, GLaDOS once again engaged and thought that she was above it all and became a fool again. And Wheatley just showed us that good intentions don't stop us from being overcome when push comes to shove. And what perspective does for us is allow us to see the warning signs so that we don't fall into these pitfalls. We don't engage with the system and get sucked in. And not everyone is lucky enough to be yanked out of them unscathed. And so GLaDOS is wrong to want to go back into the system. And so that is her Greek tragedy ending. And then, of course, Chell dies, so she gets her tragic ending as well. If I'm going to be blunt, I kind of hate both of those endings so far. I kind of really don't like them, but they work, is the point, right? Like, there's an interpretation where they work. Personally, if, like, someone were to come out and say either of those endings are canon, I'd be like, that sucks. Okay? 2 endings left. Carolyn dies, Chell lives. GLaDOS recognizes that human suffering in Aperture needs to stop. She knows that the apparatus will inevitably corrupt her as long as there is some sort of human emotion to be corrupted. So, she takes over and then she mercy kills Carolyn for the sake of both Aperture and humanity, since by killing Carolyn she will act rationally instead of being animalistically driven by the itch, just leaving the logic remaining. Then, GLaDOS releases Chell for the reason that she states in that cutscene, which is, killing you is hard, right? It is a rational response to not try and fight Chell, because her tenacity is off the charts, you know, do not test. And then she continues science with the other bots that are underground, that were found in, as mentioned at the ending. And by doing this, by killing Carolyn, this means that Cave Johnson's long line of generational human suffering finally ends. And it ends because Carolyn goes against his wishes. Okay, that's ending 3. And then we have Carolyn lives, Chell lives. In this ending, GLaDOS thinks that her newfound experience getting in touch with Carolyn was an eye-opening experience that will allow her to run Aperture in a way that is less blinded by hubris. She lets Chell go to hold up her end of the bargain, and then she is more in touch with her emotions, but she is still interested in keeping the spirit of Aperture science alive. After all, she actually, unironically, is invested in science, right? And so there's your 4 endings. And here's the thing. This ending, much like Schrodinger's cat, is a paradox. This game made a great effort to point out that one of those things that separate humans from AI is that AI cannot recognize paradoxes. They see logic as logic, and that's that. While we know when we're starting to loop in our thoughts, we know how to work around paradoxes, and in fact, we embrace them as just a part of reality. That's something that makes us human, to recognize that we are not always correct. Our logic is not always correct. It is something that keeps our hubris in check. And that is why the ending of this game has to be a Schrodinger's cat paradox. Because that's the ultimate depiction of perspective, the way that Portal 2 laid it out. And hey, just because we recognize a paradox doesn't mean that we can't attempt to theorize our way around it, right? And so I asked the question in chat again, which ending do you believe? Right? Because the way I see it, that's honestly what matters. Which ending out of those 4 do you believe? Right? Personally, I think I kind of like the Carolyn dies, Chell lives ending, because that's the only one where Cave Johnson gets one last fuck you thrown at him. Right? And otherwise, I feel like that's maybe something that's missing. That's maybe something that's missing from all the other endings, right? And it wraps up his story the way that Wheatley gets wrapped up, the way that Chell gets wrapped up, and the way that GLaDOS gets wrapped up. Cave, as we've been talking about all stream, is so critical to the story of this game that it seems weird that he's absent. So, I headcanon ending 3. And, another way to put that is Aperture Science deserves to die. It really does. And ending 3 does exactly that. For all intents and purposes, what Aperture Science stands for is gone. So yeah. That's my thoughts. I don't know if you guys have thoughts. Contesting opinions, whatever. But that's the 4 endings. The only thing with ending 3 is that it means that GLaDOS is being honest with both things. Right. Which, what are the odds of that, right? What are the odds that GLaDOS is being truly honest the entire time? I'm just now processing the idea that there's 4 different views on the ending. It's true, though. It's true. It's true. You don't realize it, Jim, until you start looking into all this other bullshit. All this other bullshit. Because this game is crazy in depth. I mean, crazy. Right? It's like this. Let me get the music back on. This game, I had to, I was doing my notes playthrough, right? Because I know what this story is about before I start doing my playthrough. I've read up on enough theories, I've done my research on stuff, I'm looking at interviews before I even start doing my playthrough. But even when I started playing, there's just some shit I kept noticing. The entire Schrodinger's cat thing I did not realize until I was doing my notes playthrough. Before that, I was going to go into this just saying that ending 3 is canon because of all the reasons I said. To me, I think that's the ending that makes the most sense. So surely that's the ending. But once I found out that new information, and I found, oh my god, it shows up everywhere in the game. Everywhere. It's everywhere. And so I had to just reformat everything. I had to completely redo my notes, basically, once I found that out. And oh man, I have to look for this everywhere now. This might be wrong, this might be wrong, this might be wrong. Ended up not having to change too much. But yeah. Jaguar says, the thing that turned me around on Chell living was that I completely believe GLaDOS when she says killing her is too hard. Chell's tenacity wins over GLaDOS's. Yeah, I think that's a really cool resolution to that. Killing you is hard. It is. That's true. And yes, if GLaDOS didn't pull Chell back in, she could have just died there. That's another thing. Yep. Didn't have to do that. Yep. We can talk more about this. I just have one more point here before I transition into outro, and then talking about personal stuff, because there's always personal stuff. It's Classics Playthrough Analysis. You know what you came here for, right? You know what you came here for. Final point in the analysis before the outro. The outro and then the epilogue, and then the outro to the epilogue. I said that I was leaving out some important contextual detail about Schrodinger's cat the first time it was brought up. And here it is. Schrodinger's cat was originally a satirical thought experiment to criticize quantum mechanics. But as time passed and quantum mechanics have been reaffirmed, that theory has been seen as more credible over time. The Schrodinger's cat criticism of quantum mechanics has since been reinterpreted as an unironic theoretical case study that is taught in textbooks in classrooms as evidence for the thing that it was originally criticizing. Which is to say, even a takedown of the idea of perspective is not immune from having two different interpretations due to differing perspective. Isn't that fucking beautiful? Isn't that fucking beautiful? And that's Portal 2, everyone. That's Portal 2. What happened after this game came out? At the 2011 VGAs, Portal 2 won Best PC Game, Best Multiplayer Game, Best Male Performance from a Voice Actor, Stephen Merchant as Wheatley, and that's obvious. Best Female Performance from a Voice Actress, Ellen McLean as GLaDOS, and that's obvious. Best DLC, Peer Review. Best Original Score, Best Original Song, which was Want You Gone, the credits theme, and was nominated for Game of the Year, did not win. The winner was Skyrim in 2011, and was also earned a nomination. Wheatley was nominated for Character of the Year, did not win. However, part of that presentation of the VGAs that year meant that Wheatley was able to speak on his own nomination. I said, this is very important content, so we have to get youtube.com back up to show that off. Let me open this up. Oh, goodness.
Are we on? Tremendous. Hello, and thank you very much indeed. It's a huge honor just to be nominated for a VGA here in space, where I'm currently stranded. On that note, I don't know what the prize is, if there is a prize, but I'll tell you what would be really handy is some kind of space shuttle or vehicle, a rocket of some description. In fact, just in case I don't win, can I just rattle off my coordinates quickly to any... Have we got time for that? 1, 1, 1...
And that's the last time we ever see Wheatley. That is the last canon cutscene that Wheatley has ever had. So yeah, Portal 2 shipped over 4 million units in its first 12 months. It is currently ranked as the 34th greatest game of all time by Metacritic score, the number 26 greatest game of all time on IMDb, and of course, famously, it is ranked as the number 1 best game of all time according to Steam ratings. And like I said at the start of this playthrough, I think this is the best game of the 2010s. I think it's hard to compare games across eras. But you can't start a discussion about games from that decade without talking about Portal 2. You know, you really can't. You really can't. This was a moment where everyone immediately knew, I am playing one of the best games ever made. Everyone knew that. Everyone knew that. That's something that is rare, you know? That doesn't happen that often in the video game world where everyone knows that it's that good. So yeah, and the final bullet I have on here is, does this game need a sequel? No. It really doesn't. Like, it really doesn't. I don't know how you would ever follow up this story. Like, I don't even want a prequel. I mean, if a prequel came out, would I play it? Yes. If a sequel came out, would I play it? Yes. But, like, what else do they have to do here? This ending is great. It's great. But it would be nice if Valve made single-player games again. That would be nice. You know? It doesn't have to be Portal. It doesn't have to be Half-Life. But I would like to play another one of these. And I guess that's kind of where I'm at. So yeah, that's Portal 2, everyone.